Hey guys, I want to welcome you to a special edition or another edition of Halftime Chat. And I'm really excited to welcome back Tammy Lucas to Halftime Chat. And we've got a lot to cover. As I said, the first time that Tammy came on, I was so starstruck that I kind of was missed a lot of questions. And so I've got a lot of things to go through with Tammy. We're going to talk about some of her music, what she's up to now. So I'm really excited about this. So, stay tuned for an exciting interview.
There
Okay,
we go.
okay.
Well, it doesn't look too bad. Actually, I'm organizing a lot of papers that I have from the music industry, different. I just found so much old stuff. It's crazy. I saved everything, seemed like.
You saved everything. Well, that's always a good part now because you had your demos out and you had a lot of things out. So it's good. At least you're keeping those things together. Okay.
Yeah, it's good to go back and go down memory lane and, look at stuff.
Yes,
I
yes.
mean, like I have still the check stubs of, a lot of checks that I earned.
But have you cashed them or you still
Oh no, they're cashed.
okay?
No, stubs, the check stubs. But
Okay.
it shows who I worked for at that time, what project I worked on, what label it was on, the date. And for me, I find that, at one point I said, oh, I'll get rid of it. But as I go through it, it helps me to remember more things than you can't remember everything. And listen, I haven't done as much as I thought I would have done by now, but still, whatever it was, I don't remember every single thing of it. But if not for some of the, memorabilia that I found, whether it be, check stubs or, yeah, I have so much stuff I haven't posted. I want to post some more stuff, just to give people an inside look into some of the little things that went on. But like a guy posted to me the other day, somebody must have posted it, I think on Facebook. I'm not sure who it was, but they posted an old program from one of the talent shows, because Teddy would have like a talent show like every year. Like he had that first one when I first went down there. That was 1991, the fall 91. That was when, the Neptunes won and la la la. But then after that, he kept having a talent show. Like, I want to say, I think he had at least 3 or 4 years, and that's kind of what made, them get kind of frustrated, because they were just ready to do their thing, but they were in the talent show. And then, he would meet other artists from up and coming artists from Virginia Beach. And the thing that they posted was the program from the talent show.
Okay.
One of the talent shows, and it had my name on there, and one of the guys who follows me, he sent it to me. And I was like, oh, wow, that's one thing that I didn't have. But I do have some other stuff you know, from the time of, when I was working with Teddy. So.
Yeah, I mean, we can start with that because you started uploading some of your old demos onto your page, which caught a lot of us by surprise and stuff. How did that come about?
Well, I've been trying to do a solo album, okay, since my first record, Hey Boy, okay, when I was with Boy Jarvis and Timmy Regisford. I did the one single with them. A guy who's not with me anymore, a friend of mine, Ernie Kendall, he's the one that introduced me to Boy Jarvis. He knew Boyd, he knew Timmy, and he also knew Larry Levan, who was a DJ at the Paradise Garage at the time. And after that came about, the record company that put the record out, which was Supertronics Records, was owned by or run by the president of the company. I was told he owned it, and he also was a president, Frederick Pereira. He was a black man. And anyway, they offered me a recording contract, but I passed on it because it was the first recording contract that I was ever offered, and I don't know, for some reason, I just felt like, let me just do some more. You know what I mean? Perhaps I should have taken it. Perhaps I should have taken it, because maybe he would have been the one to go ahead and give me my full album. I went there, I went to Uptown, during the negotiations, it just didn't pan out. And when I don't think I moved on with Teddy, but it just happened that we both moved on. He left Uptown, I left Uptown. It's a very brief stint there, but while I was there, I wrote a song called "Wishing You Were Here." I was singing the song, of course, it was for me. And Andre Harrell got me a deal on Capitol. It was Uptown Capitol.
Okay.
And but he had already gotten a deal. I went to Chung King down in the village, and I recorded it and everything like that. And of course, they sent it to Capitol, and that's what got me the deal. But then the contracts came, and then once they came, I went to a lawyer. I had a very nice lawyer. He was another Black man, and I had a contract deal for with one entity, which was Andre Harrell, Uptown Capitol, management with Andre Harrell, and I don't know if it was songwriting or publishing, I don't know, whatever it was. But when I took it over to the lawyer, he said, this ain't gonna work. He said, pick one, sign one. He said, if I was you, I would just sign the production deal. You go ahead, put some songs out or put the album out, get you another manager, and because he said if something goes wrong, you that's all one entity, so you don't really have any leverage there. I took the advice of my lawyer, okay, which is what we're supposed to do,
Yeah.
and it didn't work out. I moved on, and that's how me and Teddy began to bond. We both, I met him at Uptown, but tell you the truth, it was Andre Harrell's suggestion that we both work together because we both lived in Harlem.
Oh.
And that's what we did. I went to his house, and Teddy was already successful. I had already had my one record out, but Teddy was also on his own. He had, he was doing a lot of beats and stuff for a lot of up and coming hip hop artists at the time. You know what I mean? So we got together, and thank God for him, because I got a lot of work with Teddy.
Yeah. But it's interesting you mentioned about the situation with Andre and Capitol, because I guess majority of the artists at that point would have thought, we've got a deal and we just sign it. And I remember speaking to Kyle West, and I think he signed up something like that. I didn't realize until later on, like, oh, where's all the money kind of thing, because you just got so excited, and then you realize when the money's not flowing through, and you realize, oh, you signed something that you probably should have really read and stuff. Most people were doing that. They did it. Gene got Teddy and Aaron to sign the contract, which meant him their manager, the member guy, and everything. How come you, unlike most people at that time, thought about getting a lawyer and really taking it seriously? Because that was very not excellent, but unusual for most unsigned artists.
Yeah, it is unusual when I look back, because a lot of people who are not from the industry may not know anything about that. You know what I mean? And but it was due to my mom. My father was a drummer, and he played drums for the longest span of time. He played drums for Dionne Warwick.
Okay.
But he also played drums for Aretha Franklin, Roberta Flack, Donny Hathaway, and many, many more. I put his discography up on my page. I just made a page for him. I'm gonna start adding more content to it. But the point is that although my father wasn't a songwriter like me per se. He was a musician, a drummer. And he recorded, and he also went on the road with Dionne for 10 years. He played in the orchestra with Burt Bacharach a couple of times.
Wow.
He played at one of those big stadiums with the Beatles, because Dionne Warwick, you got to realize she was the top of the top at that time. Wow. Not even Aretha Franklin. A lot of people never saw what Dionne saw during her time. Okay. She was on the bill with the Frank Sinatras and the, wow. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And it's because her music was so unique. The producer and songwriter, Burt Bacharach, you know what I'm saying? For the big span of her career. Okay, that had a lot to do with it. And then the fact that she was just such an excellent interpreter of this man's music. Okay, she wasn't just a singer. You know what I'm saying? Those were very unique songs that Burt Bacharach wrote. You know what I mean? And then, you know, she came in and gave it that soul, but also that unique popness to it. You know, she was really the first, you know, Black pop artist, you know what I mean? Female in that way, you know what I mean? And my father, you know, worked with her. And not only that, you know, they were close. She was a very nice lady. She had given my mom some like a little china set. I still have it to this day. She gave all of the children of the band members and stuff, people that were with her, she gave them jewelry and stuff like that. She even gave me like I remember it was a little necklace with a bell, and the inside of the bell was a little diamond, you know, classy, you know, real classy, you know what I'm saying? And the thing is that she had reached that success which she could do that, you know what I mean? So, you know, it was because of that, you know, because of my mom, because during the time I was in the industry, my dad and mom, we weren't all living together. I was just living with my mom and, you know, my aunt. So, you know, it wasn't like my dad was giving me advice every day, but my mom was such a smart lady, you know what I mean? And it was she that, you know, always reminded me, don't sign anything. Don't people had it really didn't make a difference what it was. It wasn't so much music business, you know. I don't know where I got it from, but I always just knew you just don't sign anything. Just see what it is first. You don't even know what it is. If you don't read it, or if it's in a jargon that you don't understand and you don't get someone to help you, you know, you don't know what you're signing. You know, it may not be what they said it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is. I mean, but did you then? What about with your own as a writer, your own publishing? Then how did you sort that out? Then that you made sure that the stuff you wrote you owned.
The first record I wrote for myself was the Hey Boy song. I wrote it with Boy Jarvis, the late Boy Jarvis, the late great Boy Jarvis. I don't know who told me about ASCAP. I don't exactly remember, but I knew about it. And I knew that I was supposed to write to the copyright of Congress and copyright my song. So by the time I got to Andre and Teddy, I was already well versed on that. You know what I mean? I already had one song out, you know, and not that it was so many, it was just that one song. I did like a little baby tour where they had put the TV track up, you know. I think I went as far as Baltimore or something like that. I didn't go that many places. There was a couple of places in New Jersey. I played the Paradise Garage that was here in New York City at the time. And you know, but because of that, you know, I was already an ASCAP member from my first record, you know, which was Hey Boy. And, you know, it did pretty good for, you know, somebody the first time out. I got me a little write up in Billboard, you know, and it was noticed and it was spoke about. I'm not saying it was on the top of the charts, but they had like a little dance music. I'm gonna post some stuff because I ran into it the other day. It was so funny.
Okay.
It was on a hits list, something, something. And it had a lot to do with the fact that the producer that I was working with, Boy Jarvis, and then Timmy Regisford. Timmy Regisford was huge at this time. He was a young man who had already was so noticed that, you know, he was a DJ, but he was already so noticed that they had given him a spot on WBLS. And he was doing like a Friday night, you know, dance club mix thing. It wasn't called house music then. That came much later, you know, which is the same genre, but we just hadn't gotten to that, to calling it that yet. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of that title came from Chicago or DC or something. It wasn't a New York thing because we were underground club music. You know, that's what it was called, underground club. But yeah, so it had to do with that. And ironically enough, you know, the community that I'm from, you know, I live on the Sugar Hill side of Harlem. the neighbor upstairs, they knew I sung because I was always practicing and stuff like that. But it was a tight knit building, and she worked for a lawyer, and she was the one that suggested to me, I have a great lawyer for you. And he was a entertainment lawyer, and
Wow.
his name was Roderick Plummer. I don't know where he is today, but God bless him because he gave me the right advice.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that you already had ASCAP set up, did it mean that when you did write or do things like with Steffi Mills and stuff, you took control of what you submitted your part and said, "Yep, this is what I've done." So then, and you didn't rely on others to say, "Yeah, we'll take care of your writing credits."
No, I didn't. I'm not even sure if Teddy knew about it, but I remember when we started writing some stuff, and I had gotten his information about what year he was born and all that type of stuff because I went in and copyrighted the songs, and I said he did the music and I did the lyrics and the melody, and that's it. And back then, you just send a cassette tape of the music. And then they had another way that you could copyright it if you didn't want to send it to Congress. But I have mine with the seal on it. I didn't copyright everything that I did, but I copyrighted my earliest works because things changed later on. And like they said, you could just send a tape to yourself and it proves that you wrote it. You know what I mean? And then beyond that, it just got to a point where it was unnecessary because people gave me my credit. I registered it and that was it,
Okay. Okay. So you. Okay. So you. Okay.
I
So
can't say that, but I don't know. I may even own a copyright sealing for Joy. I'm not sure. I got to look and see. I'm not sure. But is it good to you and wishing you were here? Those early songs, Hey Boy, and because that's what I was told. It was, how it was supposed to be done. You know what I mean?
yeah. Wow. The okay. I guess after the Hey Boy, you did because you started working on alongside Guy with um Goodbye Love.
Goodbye Love, Round and Round, and I Like. That's from the original debut Guy album.
So you were on I Like. I didn't realize that you were on I Like.
Yeah, I'm on I Like. I'm the only female that sang on that album with them in any capacity, whether it be backgrounds, Goodbye Love was it was re-edited because originally it was, I wouldn't say it was a direct duet because it's not like
Make Your
I
Last
had
Breath.
a verse and he had a verse. It wasn't like that. But what happened was I had a lot of very unique ad libs that was sort of like a answer back, call and answer back. He say something and I say something. My boy, I cried. And that aside from the backgrounds, on top of, because I was on the backgrounds too.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people don't realize, baby, don't go. When it first comes on, that's me. I don't know how many times I said Nas edited it one time. I mean, Nas used it one time. I think some people from Bad Boy might have used it one time, and I'm sure they got in touch with Teddy because of it. They didn't get in touch with me. You know what I mean? It's okay. I'm just glad they used it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you get down to it, you just can't a penny pinch on every little thing, especially in those young times. It wasn't like an exorbitant fee that was lost. I'm sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I think probably they don't know that it was me. That's speaking on there, and then I was doing just a lot, that had nothing to do with the background. They just let me do my thing, you know what I mean? But what happened was, I'm telling you, I have the funniest ironic situation. I don't really know exactly what it was. I don't know if I couldn't tell you what it was. I want to say maybe something was presented to me from Gene. I don't know. All I know, it was on there, and then when it came out, they decided they had pulled back a lot of the vocals.
Oh.
Instead of so it wouldn't be, but the strange thing is that a lot of people had already heard it the way it was. You know
Oh.
what I mean? With me more of it, you know, and singing back with him emotionally back and forth. And you know, you just gotta laugh at some of this stuff, because what else you gonna do? You know?
Did you ever have a version?
And then they went on tour and took Marsha, because I heard her in the interview with you. And I heard Jackie McGee she said that Teddy asked her to sing my part. Why they didn't ask me to come and sing my own part, which nobody can sing me better than me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And those two girls, their voice wasn't anything similar to mine. You know what I mean? That's another choice they decided to do, you know. Even with Blackstreet, you know, I did the Tonight's Tonight. They decided to, well, some of that I do know, you know, it was a transition point, you know, things wasn't moving and Teddy was making new deals, and I believe they wanted me to sign a new contract. And, you know, I was just at the end of my rope with that whole situation. I was just like, I just can't sign anymore. I mean, nothing has happened with the previous one as it pertains to the Tammy Lucas album coming out. And this is the reason why those songs were released, because I just felt like I have to do something to try to let people know who I am, and all of the time that nothing has happened that people might have thought, even after Is It Good to You, they thought the album was going to come out then, you know what I mean? And it didn't, you know what I mean? And then again, I spent a lot of time and invested a lot of time with the Neptunes, you know, and I did a lot of compilation albums with them and featuring and this, that, and the other. Didn't happen there either, okay? So, you know, it's a dream that's been long held. Like I said, ever since I was a young girl, I wanted to do my own music, do my own album. And, you know, to me, when I look back, it seems like to me, Teddy Riley should have put my album out. If anybody should have put it out, it should have been Teddy Riley. It shouldn't have been left up to the Neptunes to do it. But it transitioned into that, because then we end up leaving Teddy, you know what I'm saying? And Teddy had a lot of other stuff going on. You know, I'm not here to point fingers or whatever. Like I told somebody, those guys were young, okay? You can't expect a young person in their 20s to get it all right. You know what I'm saying? All that money. Listen, I take my hat off to him. I think he did a fabulous job, okay? When I worked with Teddy, I always felt safe. Nobody was forcing me to do anything. You understand what I'm saying? Some of the stories that I have heard on social media and on YouTube about some of our fellow musicians and artists that we know and love, some of the things that they've had to endure in this industry just to do what it is, the gift that God gave them. They had to put up with people, you know, not treating them right or whatever the case is. You know, I never had none of that. When I was working with Teddy, Teddy treated me like family. He didn't put my album out, but listen, everything ain't perfect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to roll with it. I still got my talent. My talent has evolved since then. And when the album come out now, people gonna love it. Just like I put that stuff out there, I wanted to let people know, you know, I still got a song to sing. And also too, it was, you know, just to maybe garner some new people, you know, whatever my new soul family is going to help me go forward. Because right now, you know, I'm working alone and I need more funds, but I also need a great engineer to work with. You know what I mean? I don't need a vision. See, this is the thing. I work with Teddy. I work with Pharrell. I help Pharrell and them, you know, come out. You know what I mean? Like I say, Teddy was already doing this thing. The Neptunes were unknown on everything. Okay, when I started working with them, and you know, I lent myself to their vision. You know, I lent myself to Teddy's vision. You know what I mean? For many years. You know, I didn't have a management contract with Teddy. I was only signed to him at, you know, as a production deal as an artist. You know, and the songs that we wrote, it was really a friendship respect thing, you know what I mean? And he knew that I already knew how to take care of my things, so I didn't really have that. I know I've heard other people say they had an issue with him, but I never had an issue with him with that because I just took care of my stuff the way I know how to, register whatever song with ASCAP, and that's it, you know what I mean? And he's always giving me my credit. And like I said, you can't expect things to be perfect, but for the most part, I had a lot of fun working with Teddy. We got a lot of work done, okay, whether it all came out or not. And, and the Neptunes too. I had a lot of fun with them. And that's why I put those songs out, because a lot of people know, oh, well, she was working with them and what happened. And that's why I wanted to show. I did a lot of work with it. I got more songs than that, but those are the ones that are the most finished. You know what I mean? I worked with the Neptunes from 91 all the way to 98 when Super Thug came out. And then even after that, I was still kind of doing stuff with them to 2004 here and there. I was on the first NERD album. I was only on one song, doing like a little background on one song. But and even with that, I thought I would do more with that, because up before that, I was on every single thing. But people switch up, they change, they're allowed to. And especially when you meet somebody when they're young, if you don't expect a young person to grow, you're from another planet. You know what I mean? Like, they're gonna grow. Even people that are family with each other. I mean, because you imagine, I never had my own children, but you have your own children, and they cling to you so much, and all of a sudden they with their friends, that's something you have to go through, because they're growing up now. They don't need you the way they used to need you, and it may look funny to some people, but listen, whatever God allows, we have to find some way to accept it and move on. You know what I mean? I thought I was going to get an album from them too. Didn't happen. So
Yeah, I mean, most people thought Khalees did Super Thug because she became their sort of big person that they used. I mean, were you there when they discovered her, and how did she just move in?
ironically enough, I just moved back to New York, and Pharrell and Chad met her, because they were actually getting a little more work. Honestly, with me, after I left Teddy, when I look back, I probably should have just came home. But Pharrell asked me, okay, for the second time, stay with us. He had left Teddy. They were trying to make a headway, but they hadn't made any at all. Okay. And I went on it started out with, after they won the talent show, I ran into them. I don't know, maybe a month or two later, I ran into them in the parking lot, and Pharrell played a cassette for me of some songs. And I was so impressed with the songs. The next time I saw Teddy, I said, you should really sign these guys. They are really good. They're not just the little talent show thing, Teddy, he was busy. He was young. That's what people don't realize. He was young too. You know what I'm saying? And so after that, Pharrell got my number, and he began to call me, and I began to mentor him about ASCAP and, and all these different things on how to protect your music and stuff like that, And as well, I said to Teddy, well, I want them to write with me for my album. And that's how it all really began, with me working with them like that. You know what I mean? Pharrell and Chad, wherever they, like I said, Chad's house, they would put some tracks together, and Pharrell would submit a cassette of open tracks to me for me to write to for the Tammy Lucas album that was going to be coming out through Future Teddy Riley's label. Exactly. And I was on Future Interscope for a time too. But make a long story short,
there's no shortened stories.
The dynamic of us having to wait, Teddy, I guess being so young and having to take on everything. And God bless him, because here's a young man that tried to do something for his community. A lot of the people that were from his community in Harlem, I'm from the Sugar Hill side of Harlem. Teddy is from Central Harlem, okay? And he's also from public housing. He tried to look out for a lot of the people that he came up with, okay? Whether he got it all right. Some people don't even think about nobody else. They just think about themselves. You know what I'm saying? So I take my hat off to him for that. He did the best he could, and he did feed a lot of people besides himself. The blessing that God gave him with his success and his money, he shared it with people, okay? When I was there, okay? People try to say this, that, like they were good to me. I lived in Teddy's house, you know, before I had my own apartment, and then I got my own apartment down in Virginia Beach, and I had actually two apartments. I got one, and then I had to move. The Neptunes got me thrown out of my first apartment. Thank you, Pharrell, because he was so young, and he would come over and try to bring everybody from that he knew, and they would just get really loud, you know. And the neighbors got tired of it, you know. And I had to go over there to the renting office one day and tell them that the people tried to talk us down, I guess, because we were young. I said, no, dear. I said, we just because we do music, we're musicians, you know what I mean? It is a different thing, but you know, it's not something for us to feel ashamed about, you know what I'm saying? This is what we do, whatever the case is. Then I got another apartment, the one I really, really love. And I was there, you know, I was there. Even after I left Teddy, I still stayed in Virginia Beach because Pharrell asked me after he left Teddy, the original member of the group decided to split off. He, you know,
You said the
did an
original member?
album. That's Mike Etheridge.
You
He
know,
did his own album with Teddy.
he
You
did
know
say
that.
that Tammy used to cook for us. I got a message from Mike. He says Tammy used to
Yeah,
cook for all of us.
absolutely. Absolutely. I did. And, you know, listen, it was a family thing all around. We were all young, some younger than others. You know what I'm saying? Like Mike and Shay are younger than Pharrell. I think Pharrell's a couple of years older than Mike and Shay. And Chad and Pharrell are older than Mike and Shay. I'm a few years older than Chad and Pharrell, but we were still all young. You know what I mean? At the time, I was 27 years old when I met them, you know, 26, 27 when I moved down there. So, I mean, and even though, you know, they had just graduated from high school, you know, like I said, we were just all young. We had a good time. I had a lot of fun, a lot of laughs. Okay. Lots of laughs. And we got a lot of good music done. So, where I look at it, you know, it turned out pretty good, you know.
If you look back at your career, I mean, would you have any things you would have done differently when looking back now? If you could go back
Well,
now?
absolutely. Especially being it how it ended up turning out. You know what I mean? Because here's what I say, you know, you send your kid to a good school. I was just listening to this the other day. Not just for an education, but a lot of times people send their children to a good prestigious school for connections to other um families that, and it's not necessarily about rich, because I went to private school myself and nobody was rich at that private school, but they were just people that wanted to make sure their children was going to have God, because it was a Lutheran school. So we did a lot of, you know, God was first. And they just, it was a special care, not like the public schools at that time, you know what I mean, that really didn't care, you know, they just didn't have that much care. And I say, I absolutely would have did something different, because it just didn't, like I said, I should have had an album by now. And that's why my career is unique from anybody else that you may or may not. Everybody had an album by now. I don't care how much ups and downs they had. They did an album, and they have more than one album. I'm the only person that never did an album. And the thing is that, you know, my thing was based on relationships and friendships. I had a friendship with Teddy Riley. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have a contract signed to him as a manager or anything like that. We rolled with each other. If he needed me, I came in. He paid me my money. Even in the early days, I remember one time, I don't know, Noah B. Walters was involved with Teddy, and that's going really, really way back, because I don't know if a lot of people even know who that person is, but he had to pay us for something. And I had to meet Teddy at one of the record company buildings in Manhattan. And I met him and they paid me my money, for whatever. I don't know what I had did at the time. You know what I'm saying? Even when I was with Gene, I found one of the receipts from the guy recordings where they paid me, you know what I'm saying? And so I never had an issue with Teddy with that. Teddy treated me well, you know what I'm saying? And it was times I remember different times, early on and later where, I had, needed financial help like now. Okay. And he was there for me, you know what I mean? He hit me off, he gave me a nice piece of money so I could calm down, and then the crazy thing is I didn't realize the rhythm of the royalty thing when I was young. It's the thing, like I wrote the songs, I didn't know how well they were going to do. When they first, Blackstreet first recorded Joy, those checks didn't really start flying in to maybe like a year later, or a year or two later, then it really started coming in. But when I didn't really know, and there wasn't anybody to really tell me, oh, you watch out, the money's I didn't know it was going to do so well. So, and to this day, thank God for that song because I'm still eating off that one.
People ask, did you ever hear Michael's version of Joy?
What I did hear was the melody part of it because a lot of the melody was already there. The tape that I got was, and I wish I still had it. I may still have it. It was on a cassette tape. I may still have it. I have so many cassettes now. I would have to really go through every single tape all the way through and find out wherever it is. It's not labeled. And I just hope somebody didn't take it because I know when I was in Virginia Beach, I had it. And I might have bragged about it too much to some young Neptunes. I don't know. One of them might have it, or But anyway, what I had was a tape that had the Joy instrumentation, and it had Michael Jackson humming the melody. Most of the melody of Joy was there. That's the part that he wrote. And then I came in with, and that's what was given to me when I was, in LA at the time, and I work the same way with everybody. They give me the open track and I go home and I do what I do, pull out whatever lyrics or melodies I have and I reference it, and more times than over, it's a complete song except for, maybe some accents or this, that, and the other, or is there enough for the producer to just go ahead and say, okay, good, I'm just going to add this, add that, bop, 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 you know what I'm saying? And it's good to go. So it was one of those things, you know what I mean? And I worked on it. I worked on Remember the Time as well, too. I still have my pad from the day that I was there and the ideas that I wrote down for lyrics for Remember the Time, which didn't make it, but I was working on those two tracks.
So you wrote lyrics to Remember Time, but they took Bernard's, or what happened?
No, I never presented. I don't know if I even presented the lyrics to Remember the Time. I'm not sure if I referenced it and presented it. I'm not sure. I know I had a full, complete thing of Joy. You know what I mean? And if Michael recorded it with the lyrics, that part I didn't hear that part. But I did have a copy of him, just no lyrics and just the melody, which was most of the melody of Joy.
But how did it go differently? Because the only one we've had is the Blackstreet one. What was his one like? Was it similar?
It was very similar. It was, what you hear is everything that Michael did. Listen, it was Michael Jackson. You think I'm gonna take anything that he takes off? All I did was fill in the other little parts and it wasn't a lot, because here's the thing. He had like a basic melody for everything, the lyric. And here's the thing. I don't know if he had the hook, the joy. That girl is giving me joy, but I'm not sure. It's so long ago, I don't know, but I know he had a lot of the melody. He wrote a lot of the melody. Okay, that's what I do know of the song. The lyric and
So
And
he
it
was.
sounds like him you know what I mean? And that's why it sounds so much like a Michael Jackson type of energy, because he did do it. And I just filled in, and it had more to do with, once I put the lyrics in, maybe I had to add an extra note or add extra 2 notes to something because of the lyric. You know what I mean? But I want to say that 80% of the melody, 85% of the melody of Joy was already there in my mind.
Okay.
You know,
Did you ever record your version of it?
we recorded a version that I did as a reference vocal for Blackstreet.
Oh, not for
And
Michael.
and of course I recorded a version for Michael Jackson too. But I don't believe I did it at the studio. What I had at that time was a double cassette recorder.
Okay.
And you could put the cassette on one side and the music on it. You could record. And I had like a little mic, and that's how I would do my reference vocals, so you can hear how the song goes. And
Okay.
if it was, of course, like for Teddy, if it was more than that, then okay, come on in the booth and we'll do it. But with the Michael Jackson thing, I don't believe I recorded. I don't remember being in the booth. I remember going to the studio. I was at Larrabee Studios. I met Michael Jackson. I'm sorry I didn't take a picture because I was just, it was so surreal for me, And I met Bruce Sweden. And, but I don't remember recording it at the studio. No, I can't say that.
Oh, so but you recorded a version for that Blackstreet used.
I recorded a version for both. I recorded a version on my cassette to give to Teddy for Michael Jackson, but on a cassette,
Okay.
not at the studio. And then I recorded another reference vocal at Future Studios for Blackstreet. And I have a copy of that one.
Oh, okay, that would be good to come out.
Yeah. Okay. Somebody asked me about it too. I definitely have a copy of it. What's so crazy is that I had a friend of mine, there was an engineer many years ago, and he did like a mix of all like the songs that I highlighted on, and he mixed me and Levi together singing Joy.
Wow.
Did a really nice job of it. I still have a copy of it, so I'll have to post it at some time.
Yeah. I mean, that's I mean the I mean, what's your proudest song that you? I mean, when you think about all the songs that you featured on or written and stuff, what would you? I mean, which would be the one that you're most proud of?
I would say a lot of the new stuff you haven't heard yet.
Okay.
And a lot of those songs that I posted already, some of the songs that I posted that I did with the Neptunes, because there's one song list that I posted. The original one I posted was called Retrospective, and that was when Chad, Pharrell, and I were just writing constantly all the time. It really morphed. It started out him submitting songs to me for my album. And in a year or two, it morphed into, especially after 1994. And, he left Teddy, and, Mike broke off on his own. Then they left, and then I left Teddy. It morphed into, this is the Neptune thing now. Thing. Pharrell is a very, alpha male type of guy, you know what I mean? Even at a young age, And for me, I was making money, that's when my royalties started really coming in for Joy and Tonight's the Night and this, that, and the other. And I was able to thrive, you know what I'm saying, financially. So, the next thing was we did a couple of compilation albums. I was expecting that, we had the compilation album, and then perhaps we pair off, from there I would get my own deal. They get their own deal. Not that they didn't have to carry me. I didn't need them to carry me, but we were together because I thought because we were having fun, you know what I mean? And but listen, I'm older now. I'm wiser. You know, when the other music executives come into the play, other people, they have other agendas. You know what I'm saying? And looking back, I realized, just like the story with Teddy Riley and Timmy Gatlin's saying that once Gene realized about the publishing and who's the main guy who is delivering, which was Teddy Riley. He's a producer. You know what I mean? He's not just a producer. He's a co-writer. He's a producer, but he delivers. This is what people have to realize about a Teddy Riley or, Neptune production or whoever the producer is. They're the one the record company's depending on to deliver a completed project, okay? Fully, you know what I mean? Because especially at that time, I was still learning a lot about production. I was always producing my own vocals, but and picking tracks, that goes without saying, but all the other, technical parts to make sure that it's sonically right, you know what I'm saying? And that it's mixed and mastered properly, you know what I'm saying? All of that, you know what I mean? So they have more than just, just doing their work. Just did my little part, and it seemed little to me, but it's not little. But once I did my part, I can just skip on home and start hanging out again. You know what I'm saying? And still more work was being done to make sure this is in the right spot, whatever the case is. So, but I say that all of it was an aim to try to push my career forward. I can't let my dreams just go by the wayside. I've had a lot of family pass away, so I've had to attend to that. Mother, father, second mother, which was my mother's baby sister. You know what I'm saying? I've had cousins and friends, and I know you said your father passed away. So I know what it's like. Listen, one great person is tough enough, but three major people in my life: my mother, my father, and my aunt. Okay. And when you lose those type of people, it shifts your whole everything. It shifts you. You shift in the world because you don't have that same energy coming towards you, in the love and the support, not in the flesh physical way. You know what I'm saying? You still have it, but you got to make that transition and listen. That's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough, and I'm a single girl, no children, no husband. You know what I mean? You got to get with the right people. You know what I'm saying? You just can't just get with somebody just cause, you know what I'm saying? Just cause you don't want to be by yourself. That type. I got a lot of great family now, don't get me wrong. Got a lot of great cousins, But even some of the friends I used to be friends with, they're not dead. We just not in each other's life anymore.
Yeah.
And when you have so many family and friends to absorb, you know what I'm saying? To support, send you that energy of, people that care about you, your happiness, your happiness. The three people that left this earth, those are people that my happiness meant something to them, not just their own happiness, me being happy. You know what I mean? That's big. You don't get those people over and over and over again. You know what I mean? So, but I thank God because he brought me through it. I'm here. I'm still cute and I'm ready to go. Okay. No, really, because and the thing is that, like I say, this time around, a lot of producers, they come at me. I'm not really looking for a vision at this point. I have my own vision. I've been with the best, you know what I mean? The Teddy Rileys and help the Neptunes, nurture them. People don't realize what the Neptunes went through, and how many years did I work with them, you know what I'm saying? And it was a lot of ups and downs before that Super Thug came out.
Was that the first thing you guys had
Lots of ups and downs. Say it again.
Was that the first thing that you guys came out with? That's
the first thing that really said, okay, they're here now. You know what I mean? And even with that, they didn't want to, Pharrell didn't want me to be in the video. It's crazy stuff. You know what I mean? Just craziness. Why? You would think that you know, I was some type of person who did something against these people, and I was their biggest supporter, the Neptunes. Ask anybody, okay? Ask anybody that was there, okay? They know, okay? And all the people at Future knew, you know what I mean? So you know, of course it hurt me and it threw me for a loop for a little while. But listen, again, I have to just say, you have to just move on. You just do. And what I say also too, like my mother used to always tell me, you can't miss what's for you. A lot of times we think a certain thing is, you know, in your mind, whether it be a job or relationship, you think, oh, this is going how I think it's going to go. You know what I mean? And it's going to do this. When we get to that point, it's going to do this. And when it doesn't do that, you know, a lot of people, you know, they can't get over it. But I had to move on. You know what I'm saying? I got my own talent. If people decide, and I tell you, for the life of me, I still can't understand why, you know, they did. Pharrell, like I say, he, again, like Teddy, he was nice. He came back a couple of times. He promised he's going to do this, do that, get me a publishing deal, this, that, and the other. But it just never worked out, you know, because, you know, people have on their mind what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? I guess they feel they just don't have enough time to do you. And I say, do me, because I don't need anybody to carry me. You know, I bring a lot to the table, always have. And another thing about me, I've always got along with everybody. I don't have this reputation for not getting along with people. I was living in Teddy house, okay? Let me tell you something, sir. I'm the type of girl, I know Pharrell's mother and father, and they know me, okay? Pharrell knew my mother. He never met my dad, but he knew my mother and he knew my aunt, okay? I know Teddy Riley's mother, Mama Riley, and Mama Riley know me, okay? And they know my mother, Miss Millie, and they know my aunt Louise that passed away. So we were extended family to each other, not just, you know, a lot of people, you work, you might just work with them. You know what I'm saying? It's beyond that, you know? So when you have that type of tightness with this person, you expect them to, you know, when the time comes, that's what Pharrell used to always say, Tam, look out, because when I get on Tam, I'm going to look out for you. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I should have come out with the album with them. It didn't happen. And that's why I put out the retrospective, song, what do you call it? The song, it's not called a song list. Anyway, and then I put out the other one that was called, it just has all the letters on it. And a lot of people ask me, what does all those letters mean?
Is that the RCDFHCD?
Right, right. And it has a name, you know. And the thing is that it's only a couple of songs. Those was the songs that would have been on my album, you know, had it come out on Teddy's label, one, because it would have been some of those songs with the Neptunes, and then some of them were done after we left Teddy too. And the thing is that there are about 5 or 6 more really, really good ones, but they need to be, I need an engineer so I can do, I don't want to put out any more stuff that's not all the way done, you know, because I kept trying to get this one and that one and trying to figure out how I was going to do it. I said, you know what, just put it out. If you can hear it, they can hear it. And that's exactly what happened. People can hear, they can hear what they need to hear. It's not, you know, perfectly mastered and perfectly, you know what I'm saying, but they can hear the energy of me. Okay. And another thing too, a lot of times, you know, I've heard a lot of comments. The comments have been fabulous, you know, the people put on there. But some of the comments, they'll say, yeah, those Neptunes, they don't realize they weren't even that then. You know what I mean? A lot of that is me. You know what I mean? It's me because they hadn't really developed the sound that you know them as the Neptunes. It hadn't been born yet. It was being born. You know what I mean? A lot of that was catering to me, especially Before We Kiss Goodnight, Turn Out the Lights.
Yeah, Turn Out the Lights, yeah.
Yeah, it was those songs were specifically catered towards me, and what Pharrell thought of me after him getting to know me, you know what I mean, and what would be good for me, you know what I mean, because they sent me a lot of stuff that you'll never hear because it was just, too early stage, you know what I mean. But when we got to the songs that you hear, that's when we sort of got to a sweet spot, after them sending me stuff back and forth, and a lot of people today that know Pharrell, you could tell them something, but they could never really see him the way he really was back then. They don't have a reference point for it, and it's okay, you know what I mean, because he's such a big guy now. He's been a big guy, since he's been in his early 20s, you know what I mean. And I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him and Chad, because a lot of that has to do with me. You know what I'm saying? They were under my wing for almost a decade.
Wow.
And me directly, not Teddy, because Teddy didn't have time for them. And this is a lot of things people don't realize. Pharrell had to go to the studio and try to get time with Teddy. That's how he got on Rump Shaker, showing up to the studio, And I give it to him because the boy had ambition, okay? He had ambition. Teddy didn't call him. He got up and he didn't even have a car. He had somebody to drive him to that studio, okay? And drive them to my house, okay? He didn't have no car. He didn't have any money. None of them did, and that's why I had to feed him.
Yeah. Mike Edridge said that, Tammy was...
They didn't have no money. They were just, when you fresh out of high school, what do you have? Nothing. Listen, I just say I had a good time. That's all I say.
Use your heart.
We had a lot of laughs.
You did use your heart. Did you write that for SWV, or what was the creation of that song, Use Your Heart?
When that song was written, it had to do a lot with after I left Teddy, and then after Pharrell left Teddy. That was in the end of 1994. I think Pharrell left a little bit before me. I think I left around this time, November 1994. And Pharrell maybe had left a month or two before. And after that, he went in, because before that, he was waiting for Teddy, waiting for whatever was going to happen with that situation. And so was I, you know what I mean? And then they decided to, hats off to SWV. I love SWV. I think they are a premier R&B group of the 90s, okay? But they shouldn't have put them on my record, okay? They took me off of Tonight in the video, and just once again, and these guys do this because I guess they want to show the upper hand. But what I want to say now is like, you work with somebody, right? I never gave none of them no trouble. Pharrell, oh my God, Pharrell became so demanding. We started off kind of shy, but then once he realized, I was a nice person, he just became demanding. Can you do this? Can you do this? Blah, 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 blah. And I never turned him down, you know what I'm saying? And the thing is that, but sometimes when you want to do something for yourself and then it's not going in the plan with that, this is what they do to, I can understand Teddy was a big man. He had a reputation, this, that, and the other. But listen, I'm not doing this just for you. I got a family that's looking at me too. I want to take money home to my family and buy my mama a big house or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, maybe me being an only kid, you know what I'm saying? I just always had a sort of rebellious spirit when it comes to the justice of Tammy Lucas, you know what I'm saying? It's just, listen. When I'm not getting anything out of it, what am I hanging around here for? For nothing? No. And I feel sorry for a lot of people in the industry. I was listening to the story of what's the young lady? They said she the lady that sings you are my all in all. Oh, you.
Evelyn
She
Sampson?
just passed away. Oh my God.
Oh, Joyce Simmons?
And she wrote
Joyce Sims?
Huh?
Joyce Sims.
Her, okay?
Yeah.
No, is that the girl that did the writing? No, not her.
Oh, Andre Martin. Yes, yes, Andre Martin. Yeah.
Andrea Martin is who I'm talking about. This girl wrote for so many people, okay? I heard Angie Stone's story, how they wrote for so many people, and then, when it's time to do your stuff, they're too tired, they're too busy, whatever the story is, you know what I'm saying? And it's not right. And for me, I opt out. The Virgin deal that ended up happening with Khalees, I had a deal where I went to have a meeting too. You know what I'm saying? But for some reason they decide. I already know the reason, but I'm not gonna get into it now because the thing is that, like I say, I've accepted it, but the deal. They didn't want to do the deal with me because they got more out of it just doing it with themselves. All of a sudden, they got to a point where, oh, well, it's just me and Chad. Not that I was trying to be a third wheel in their situation, because I'm Tammy Lucas. I didn't need to be a third wheel with them. I was already a solo artist, you know what I'm saying? But the point is that getting back to the Khalees thing, I had already moved back to New York. They met Khalees in the studio. Pharrell at that time, he wouldn't do it was like we were best friends. He was one of my best friends. Of course I had other best friends because he was younger than me, and I had my best friend from New York and stuff like that. But the point is that he wouldn't do anything without running it past me. Not nothing musically. Not nothing musically. He run everything past me. And he called me. I just moved back to New York, and he says, "Oh, Tam, we met this girl, and I had already had my meeting at Virgin. Another music executive took me into the meeting, but the Neptunes didn't show up, and I don't know if they were supposed to be there or not. But the meeting, it didn't work out for me to get the deal. Just put it that way. Okay, they wanted me, and then all of a sudden it didn't. And a couple of months later, eventually she got the deal. But what I want to say about the New York thing was I had already moved to New York. Pharrell called me. He says, "Oh, we met this girl. We think we may want to do an album with her." He said, "We'll do an album with her." Because let me tell you, before that, I was working with them. And when it dawned on me the other day, I was like, why was you shopping songs? You were already established with Teddy Riley. You didn't need to shop no songs with them, but they needed it because no one knew who they were. They were trying to make themselves known as producers. And they had some friends over at Quest Records. We were shopping songs to Tamia, and that's how some songs came for SWV. Okay. Tamia, and oh my goodness,
Total.
I'm trying to think who else. It wasn't that. Oh, we ended up doing something for Total.
Yeah. Boy Meets a Girl.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And this was all because the Neptunes trying to put their thing on. I was already known. And the funny thing is that being that I never went on tour with Teddy or with nobody, you know what I'm saying? They never asked me to go on tour. I didn't really realize how well I was already known in the industry. People knew me from the features that I did and from the songwriting. So I didn't really look at it that way, you know what I'm saying? And I wasn't going around like, well, I'm Tammy Lucas and blah, blah, blah. I didn't have that type of attitude. It was still very humble and, that whole thing. And, but when I look back at it later, listen, once I left 1994, after I had invested all of that time, if I wasn't even going to just get an album that I was supposed to get from them, okay, even just one album, you got to write no 99 albums for me. I can write with anybody. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's good. And I don't know what it was. I don't know if they felt if they were young and I don't want to have to carry her. I have no idea. That's the only thing that can come to my mind because sometimes in this industry, you do meet people and perhaps, I don't know, they may or may not be on your same level. So you may feel that I have to carry them a little bit or let me look out for this person. But then there's some people that's dope. You can look out for me. Yeah, I work with everybody. Everybody I work with, this thing came out dope. I work with Q-Tip. And speaking of that, the same album after that, the Uma was going to sign me, okay, after I had left Teddy and we did the album and we were working with some other people. They were shopping songs around because the Neptunes were trying to make it. And I helped them all through that time. And we fell out a couple of times because, it began to I guess, get frustrating with Pharrell, that he was putting in so much work, and people weren't the labels or whatever at that time, they weren't able to hear it, you know what I'm saying, until they did. Okay. And the thing is that, it's a lot of ups and downs and emotion, but when he called me, I came back. If we fell out and he apologized, I accept his apology and I came back, you know what I'm saying? Because, that's the type of person I am. I don't hold grudges and all that type of stuff. I just don't, even to this day, I don't. So, I know, getting back to the Khalees story, I'm all over the place, but I was in New York. They told me about Khalees, and Pharrell had set up a meeting for me to meet her. Khalees was working at a boutique called Verigione on Columbus Avenue in New York. Okay. It was around the 80s, 86th Street, 80 something Street in Columbus Avenue, which, that's not direct area, but I knew the area. And I went over to meet her at her job one day and picked her up from her job. We talked and walked, and, it was sort of like he wanted me to help vet her. He said, well, check her out and see. What do you think? And as soon as I met her, I thought she was a cool person. Of course, she was, young, beautiful girl. You know what I mean? And actually, we got along really, really good, but just other drama came into it, and when deals come into place, I think they had went in, and what happened was, after the thing didn't work with Virgin, or either Virgin was waiting to find out, to solidify who was going to help Tammy produce this album that she's going to do. You know what I'm saying? Because they had already heard about me. They wanted a meeting with me. In my opinion, I feel like the Neptunes, that's when they decided that they want to do their own thing, And I don't know if the executives and the different other people that were working, Rob Walker, he had came into the picture at that time. I don't know if, he spoke against me. Listen, I'll tell you this thing about me, like I told Andre Harrell one day, you know what I'm saying? Like, I remember when I didn't want to sign those contracts, and he had gotten mad at me on the phone, and I told him, hey, look here, you ain't my daddy, okay? You're not my daddy, like, fall back with the, because that's what happens a lot of times in the industry. They'll try to raise their voice and bully you, and a lot of people, and not to put you in fear, but also to, I think he was shocked that I didn't just sign it. You know what I'm saying? I think it was the surprise in that too. He had given me $1,000 advance. Do you know I was fool enough to give him the money back?
Wow.
Because I said, I don't want no beholden to these people. You know what I'm saying? And I was already making money. $1,000 wasn't a lot of money to me. You know what I mean? And I don't know if the lawyer told me to give him the advance back, but I gave it back to him. I said, no, take your stuff. We can't do it, because I still have the contract to this day. That would be a funny situation to sit around and read those contracts and see how binding a lot of those things were.
Yeah.
They're probably hilarious. Hilarious. Okay.
But okay, so the Neptunes with NERD was signed to Virgin.
No, what happened was Virgin was interested in me, and I went in for a meeting. Nothing happened. And then a couple of months later, Khalees had her deal. I mean, I want to say maybe 4, 5, 6 months later. It wasn't like overnight.
Yeah.
Okay. So evidently, maybe they reworked something behind the scenes, with the executive that had taken me in. I can't think of his name right now, but the guy that took me into the meeting. Okay. And when I look back now, like I say, I got along with Teddy really good, because Teddy wasn't no bully. Okay. Teddy treated me good. Me and Teddy, I didn't really have a lot of disagreements with Teddy. The only time I really had one was at the end when they were doing a new deal. And I was like, I've been with you for a while. I'm not like, I'm not signing no more deals. I already signed a bunch of you. We can't, and a lot of other things came into play, politics, whatever you want to say. I didn't want to get involved with all that. You know what I'm saying? I wanted my thing just to happen the way I thought it would unfold. Now, okay, she's up next. Let's take care of that. Boom, boom, boom. But it just didn't happen that way. And I wasn't going to be a part of paying back some deal that wasn't doing anything for me. I just started sensing things, you know what I'm saying? I can't really pinpoint this, that, or the other, but yeah, I have a very good sense in me when it's time to move on. You know what I mean? Because like I say, I'm in it for the same thing everybody else is in it for. Okay. Yes, to do my music, but I want to make my proper money so I can have a living and so I can buy my mama a big house too. You know what I'm saying? And basically that's it, and when I don't see that going on, I'm going, because you're not going to just have me stuck in a situation. And that's why I feel sorry for a lot of other artists, because maybe they didn't know that. They didn't know their value. You know what I mean? And maybe they thought, they had a lot of people think, oh, well, this is the only situation. I never felt that about myself. I knew that I could work with somebody else. That they don't want to work with me anymore, well, find somebody else. But originally, I was supposed to write the album with the Neptunes for Khalees. I was friends with Khalees. And what happened was, when I realized that deal that I was supposed to have months later turned into her deal and then their deal, that's when I was out. It was that was my cue. Okay. That was my cue.
Did they tell you? Did Pharrell say what happened? And did he?
No, it was behind the scenes. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When I found out, it was already done. Okay. And I was still in contact with him, but he didn't tell me, you know what I'm saying? Until I found out, and it was a done deal. You know what I mean? And it wasn't like I expected Khalees to do anything, because I had just met her 2 or 3 months later. So it's like she didn't really owe me anything. You know what I mean? Any type of like loyalty or anything. And she didn't really know all of the dynamics either. You know what I'm saying? She was just coming into the picture. But I know why they chose her, because it made things easier for him and Chad just to, came to the money. They don't have to split it with a Tammy Lucas that's established, that wrote a song with Michael Jackson. And they didn't have to, because when you work with me, you got to pay me or I'm out. I'm not here to be used in that respect. You know what I mean? And I think, I look back at it now, a lot of, people that I work with, they pull leverage on me to say, oh, well, you don't want to do it. You don't want to do what we want you to do. Well, all right, well, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like Teddy took me off the thing. Andre Harrell took me off of my song and put the girls on there. Okay.
Oh, the girls.
On the Capitol. This is something that's been going on and on. You know what I'm saying? And only for the simple fact that I want my rights. I'm entitled to my proper rights. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm coming to the table with what I come with, okay? I'm a girl from Harlem. The dad's a drummer, okay? Grew up at the Paradise Garage, okay? Underground music, the emergence of hip hop here in Harlem, a Harlem world. I come with a lot, baby. And I had all that then, before I met Teddy, and I had that all came. I had already partied at the garage for 7 years in a row. You know what I'm saying? Going down there partying every weekend, listening to the best DJ that ever lived. You know what I'm saying? And that wasn't the first DJ, because I partied with Reggie Wells, I partied with Eddie Chiba, uptown, okay, at Harlem World, at the Rennie. Okay, 371 in the Bronx, and Disco Fever. Okay, me and my girlfriend went to that. Okay, I come with a lot. No, and I'm reasonable. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, you gotta pay me trillion. It's not even that. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta do me right, because I do you right. And once I see I'm not getting done right, I gotta go, because if I stay longer than that, once I see that you don't want to do me right, then I'm signing up for what you doing.
Yeah. Oh, but because I saw there's a track that you wrote for the girls. I thought you and Teddy produced a track for them, not realizing it was your song, and they gave it to
My
them.
song. Andre Harrell decided to take me off and put the girls on there. And that's what they did. They took the deal and they took everything, and I left. You know, once I didn't want to sign all those contracts that he had, he switched it up.
But you still had your publishing.
Absolutely.
Okay. But you didn't get
But I didn't get to do my album. You see what I'm saying? The Tammy Lucas album. Here she is, Tammy Lucas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't get to do that, you know what I mean? And the whole thing is that when I signed it, and that's the thing, they were looking for a hip hop lady of soul. This is pre Mary J. Blige, you know what I'm saying? Hip hop lady of soul, and a gentleman told me about it, and I went, and you know. But Andre Harrell, one thing I remember about him, he had the right energy for the music business. He was like a terrific salesman. You know, he would just get so excited about the acts and, you know, and everything like that. And I do remember that about him.
Because I know Khalees recently came out, this was about a year ago, complaining about her deal with the Neptunes. And I guess based on what you're saying is that she was so young and new to it and green that she didn't realize that actually she probably didn't think how much she was owning, because she probably didn't read the contracts.
A lot of people, just like you said, they just go ahead and sign it, or they don't have a good enough lawyer that's really there to protect them. And speaking of good enough lawyers, my lawyer, Mr. Bill Krasowski, one of the most wonderful lawyer there ever was. He's the author of co-author, but mostly the author of This Business of Music, that big book that tells you about all the different legal things about the music industry and the changes and stuff. I think before he passed, they were up to maybe the 10th edition. I have about 3 copies myself signed and all that. And, you know, like I say, with me from 2010 to 2020, my aunt passed in 2019. Okay. Mother passed 2011, father 2017. Then my aunt passed in 2019. But even in between that, you know, my aunt had gotten sick. So, you know, I was a caretaker for them and all that. I couldn't do a lot. And I'm saying all that to say that I fell out of touch with my lawyer, and he became elderly and had passed away. And I just found out when he passed away. I think it was a couple of years ago. But the point is that he was a great lawyer. And he taught me a lot about the business. And the thing is that every contract that I had, I gave it to him. And he told me, you know, what would be beneficial to me, or what this meant and what this didn't mean. You know what I mean? And that's why, you know, certain deals I didn't sign, or, you know, we tried to negotiate more. Even Pharrell had submitted me, I think when I want to say it was Star Trek at Arista, or they had just left Arista. And because the thing is that even after they sort of broke off, me and Pharrell was still in contact with each other, and I was still, you know, doing stuff, and he was promising me, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And, you know, and one time he had submitted I want to say it was a publishing contract. I think it was supposed to be with him. And I have it here somewhere. I have to look through that. But all I know is that it wasn't a record deal. I don't believe it was a record deal. But anyway, when the lawyer got into it, he says, well, you know, it was something in there where he wanted some of my publishing. And I knew him so well that I called him up and I said, well, I thought you was trying to get me a co-publishing deal, you know, where I could get an advance and maybe, you know, supply. Because Gene Griffin I had a songwriting deal with Virgin many years ago through Gene Griffin. And was a songwriting thing. So I think it had to do with some of the songs that I don't know what deals. Listen, Gene Griffin was a crafty dude, okay? But all I know is that I got a nice check from them for a time because I found the checks, okay? Got a nice check for them. I don't know, it was a year, 2 years of songwriting. I forgot that I signed a songwriting deal with him. But the point is that it wasn't a co-publishing deal. I don't know. All I know is that Pharrell had given me one. And then when I saw it and I tried to negotiate with him, and that just fell flat. You know what I'm saying? It's like he had a lot of other stuff going on, and maybe he expected me to just sign it too and not really get into it. You know what I'm saying? And once I began to get into it, he just seemed disinterested in the situation. You know what I mean? And it was just left, to just fall flat. You know what I mean? But my thing is that I'm trying to make my family proud, just like everybody else. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. I guess and I mean, I think the industry seems to change people. When you think about, rooting for these kids, Pharrell and Chad and Michael and all these guys when they were kids, and really rooting for them, supporting them, helping them, then the money comes along and it just feels as if, and he's no different, but it feels as if everyone we hear about, it just brings out a different part of you, almost as if somebody else is whispering in your ear, look, it's do this, do that. And
it's a combination of both. You're right. It's a combination of both. It's your reaction to stepping into a new realm that God had blessed you with, and people in your ear, both. You know what I'm saying? And listen, I'm a girl who loves men, love Black men especially, but I love men. I'm not one of these girls somewhere, I don't need a man. I think that's the silliest thing in the world, because a man is a people, okay? You need people, okay? When I was a kid, they used to have a song, people who need people are the luckiest people in the world. And it was a standard song. Barbara Streisand sang it, Leslie Odom. Back when I was a kid, they just had the greatest songs, And the thing is that a man is a people. So for all these girls, if you want to be single, just say, I'm happily single. Don't say you don't need a man, because let me tell you something. Them people over there dealing with that war, it's nothing but men digging up in rubble. Ain't no women out there digging in the rubble, trying to look for lost bodies and people underneath rubble. You need men. That's why God made man, because he has strength, you know what I'm saying, to do things, you know what I mean? So my point is that all the men I treated them well. I feeded them, fed them some food, treat them with respect. I'm not one of these newfangled women who feel like I'm old school, you know what I'm saying? And so I say, I treated all of them good, okay? And Pharrell especially, okay? And everybody that was there know it, okay? But my thing is that I just had to get over that whole situation, I realized that, I'm a child of God. People don't realize how much power God has, okay? And the thing is that the things that have happened in my life, God was trying to show me something, okay? That's why he allowed certain things to happen, because he knew what type of person I was, maybe overextending too much. Like I say, in 1994, once I realized Teddy wasn't putting out my album, and they didn't have any money or any means to do it, I should have went on my own, But, when you're young sometime, and then here's the thing, I didn't have my own manager. I say, once again, I had great relationships with Teddy Riley, with the Neptunes, where they knew they could trust me, I could trust them, we could work together and do things. And even some of the people I worked with later, I never did get the manager. I mean, I wish I could find the right manager, because you do need someone to help you and help remind you of other things. You're just one person. You can't think of everything. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I don't care who you are, the producer or whatever, you need some more help at a certain point.
Yeah.
And like I say, in 94, Instead of staying in Virginia Beach 2 more years until almost 3 more years to 1997. Could you imagine? If I would have came home and just did my own thing. I had already written a song with Michael Jackson. Tonight's the Night and Joy was already out. I could have did something with that, you know what I mean? But, you know, I really didn't have time to think about it because Pharrell asked me right away once he saw what was happening. He says, "Oh, Tam, you know, stick with us." You know what I'm saying? Stay with us. You know, and you know, and what I understood it to be, no, I wasn't joining Neptunes production team, and I wasn't joining their group, but it was a collective. We were already doing compilation things. Pharrell was rapping, Shay was rapping, and then they would put me on the hook. That's why I have released some of those other songs. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, in my mind, it would have just took a natural unfolding of them doing their thing and me concentrating on my album and, you know, maybe coming together, working together again, but not like, you know, I needed them, you know. I'm not that type of artist. I can work with anybody that's dope.
Yeah. Did you write Use Your Heart with them?
Yeah. And like I said, that was during the time when they were trying to get on as producers, you know. So that's why we were writing for other people instead of concentrating on the Tammy Lucas project. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I was wondering because when I looked at the track, it has them producing it, but it didn't have your name as a writer.
Yeah, that was a mistake that was done by Pharrell's manager, Rob. And trust me, you know, and this is what I'm saying. You know, you get other people into the picture and you know, just, you know, not that it was a whole bunch of shenanigans and drama, but there came a point where Rob and the other guy, they didn't care for me. Why? Because they couldn't do me the way they want to do me. Okay. I did what I wanted to do, and you're not going to force me to do everything. You know what I mean? And it was that. So once Rob began to manage Pharrell, he began, I guess he felt he had to, which he wasn't a songwriter. He was just an assistant for another guy at MCA. Okay. But he slid into that position because God blessed him. That's the only thing I can do. No, God bless a lot of people. God bless a lot of people who are not qualified for the position that they have, but they get it anyway because they're blessed by God. So I just say he was blessed. He worked with them. He tried to manage me at one point, but I realized he didn't have enough experience to manage me, and it wasn't going to work. You know what I'm saying? And quite frankly, I just think in their mind, they just felt like I was difficult. But I'm not going to do everything you want me to do. I'm going to do some of the stuff you want me to do. Okay, you're not going to do everything I want you to do either. I mean, it's just crazy for you to expect a person. I don't care if you're mother and father, sister and brother. We're different people. You know what I'm saying? At some point, you might like banana and I might like orange. Okay, and I don't want no banana. Okay, and you don't want no orange, and that's just it. You know, but some people, you know, and you know, our men in the industry, you know, I understand what it is. You know, a lot of it was new experience for them getting in the industry, you know, God promoting them up with success and things. A lot comes along with that. You know what I'm saying? So all I know is that I'm not signing up for you treating me wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
You may do it and then I have to catch it and then say, okay, well, hey, you hurt my feelings, or hey, you forgot about me, or that wasn't fair, or whatever. But if you don't correct it, I have to accept that that's how you feel about me. It's not what I thought. Okay. It's not what I thought that you felt. And I got to make a new decision from that point, you know, and that's what happened, you know, and I really believe that Rob just began to speak against me to Pharrell. like you said, with the money and all of that and you know, being that I had a person who I didn't know everything, but I know enough not to let you just mistreat me for no reason. There's no reason to mistreat me when I'm already working and doing everything you want me to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mistreat me for what? Leave me out for what? When I'm it just doesn't make sense. But again, you got to give people grace because they were young. They were young at that time. We were all young. Rob was young, and people come from different backgrounds. You know, maybe they come from, you know, Rob himself. I know he was from public housing, and nothing against people from public housing because I have cousins that grew up in public housing. But sometimes our people are such in a position of struggle, you know what I mean? That even when they still have that struggle. Well, I got to make sure, you know, I get what I'm supposed to get or whatever. Or maybe it was a male ego thing, you know, being macho. I don't know what it was. All I know, the end result was no deal, no deal for Tammy. Okay.
Yeah. But
After all years that I put in, invested with them. Okay.
But did you get your, because you weren't listed as the writer for Use Your Heart and where this feeling, although your publishing's there, but when you see it, they say written by Pharrell and Chad.
I know that was Rob, and I yelled at him for that too,
And you got
because
your publishing though, that's the difference. But
oh
they
yeah, I get it. Oh, do I? I get it. Trust me.
okay.
It's just not on that album cover. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you know, sometimes I feel, why didn't Chad and Pharrell speak up for me more? You know what I'm saying? To say, hey, don't do that to her. She's the one that got us our deal. If it wasn't for Tammy, pop, 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 pop. Listen, you can't make people feel about you the way you may feel about them. You just can't do it. They either feel that way or they don't. You know what I'm saying? And for whatever reason, you know, and maybe they took things the wrong way because I was generous to them. But then it got to a point where I'm trying to see, when is my album coming out? You see what I'm saying? Everything is about the Neptunes and launching the Neptunes and helping the Neptunes, Neptune. You know what I'm saying? And I have to say, when I look back now, there's something I would have did again in 1994 when I left Teddy. I would have came back home to New York and figured it out another way. And not saying I wouldn't have still worked with the Neptunes, but I wouldn't have got that involved with them more. What did it do for me? You know, you send your child to a public school, to an auspicious college. Why? Not just for the education, to get around other people so that later on people, you go to college with them and then they say, oh, that's so-and-so I went to college with. He's the head of AT&T now. Let me see, you know, I'm out of work. Let me see if I can get a job over there. You know, this is the whole point of having these type of, this is the whole point of going past a colleague work relationship, and you start extension of you know, friend extension, family extension, and extension of your creative collective. Listen, there's a lot of money that's left on the table for Tammy Lucas. They didn't want to take Tammy Lucas on tour to sing none of her songs. Okay, the last song I sung on tour was "Hey Boy," which was my first song. Okay. The last song, like I said, when Frederick Pereira offered me that deal, perhaps I should have took that deal, because perhaps that would have been the deal too. And I was working on the second song already. I recorded "Bet You Wouldn't Hurt Me" by Patty Austin.
Okay.
But I did a remake of it, okay? And I was in the studio re-recording that. So it was already working on something. I was always meant to do my own album. And I just said to myself, I'm not giving up on it. You know, my aunt passed at the end of 2019, helping family for a whole decade. Then the pandemic came. Okay. I thought I was going to do something. The pandemic came. That slowed everything down. But then last year, you know, like I said, I was working with some other people here. It didn't work out. You know, I found out we weren't quite on the same wavelength. And I just said, the Holy Spirit just told me, put them other songs out. Make a song list. Make a playlist. That's what I meant to say. Playlist. Make a playlist. Start a blah, 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 do it. And I did it. And look what happened. Okay. Because I've been wanting to polish those songs, perhaps maybe re-record some of them, whatever it might have taken, you know what I'm saying, so I can get the material. I still love the songs. Those songs were not only tailor-made for me, because Pharrell was in his early writing stage in that capacity. They, like I said, they was already writing songs for themselves, and they were very cute and very unique. But it was a new level, working with me. And the thing is that a lot of times he would bring just open tracks, and then it came to the point where he was bringing lyrics and open tracks. So I would have to fit in a melody, but then a lot of times I would have to end up editing a lot of the lyrics and maybe changing a line or two here because it made more sense for what I would say and how it went. So it went like that for a very long time. But I had been reluctant to really tell the full story before, because I just like to focus on the now, you know what I mean? But then I don't know, the Holy Spirit moved me today to talk a lot.
No, I mean, there's loads of people who sent lots of questions, and I'm going to start off with one from Sheldon. Sheldon says, AXA, while singers from Teddy days like Pharrell and Mary Brown went behind the scenes, vocal coaching, musically, did you ever cross your mind to do the same, becoming a vocal coach to other artists?
I actually did, and I gave it a try, but it just didn't work well. I worked with one or two, just a few clients, and it didn't work well. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because you have to have a passion for teaching in that respect. You know what I mean? I was just going to do it as a means. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't have a passion to do it. I want what I have a passion to do is do my album. Okay. Nobody would hold a dream that long, from 22 years old all the way to in their 50s. Okay. If that's what I have. But yes, I considered it, but I don't have a passion to do that. No, not at this time. I want to do my music and put out maybe a couple of albums, and then maybe when I'm old, I would love to work with some young children and teach them music. I would love that.
Another question is, I guess, Andrea Martin, I mean, what satisfies your creative outlet? So how do you, I guess, what's your inspiration for writing these days?
My inspiration is, my inspiration is really just the gift of music itself. God blessed me with that gift. You know what I mean? Ever since I was a little girl, very, very early on, I remember my mother was playing a Jimmy Mack. That's a Jimmy, oh, Jimmy Mack, when are you coming back? Hey, Jimmy, hey, Jimmy Mack, you better hurry back. That's an old Motown song. Okay, Motown. This is pre Jackson 5, baby, because once the Jackson 5 came on the scene, that was it for me. Okay, but this is pre Jackson 5. Listen to my mother's records. That was it for me. At a very early age, I don't know, 5 or 7. So you say what my inspiration is? Music itself. I love music. I love it. I've always loved it. When I was in the 2nd grade, the choir director told my mother, your daughter has some talent. Okay, I was the only child in the whole children's choir that could sing her alto part against all of the sopranos, because she tried to have an alto section. But then when the soprano part came on, like most people, which is the main note, everybody would sing that note. But I always, was already there with the harmony and the beauty of the two harmonies together. And I would hold up the whole alto section, music itself. And those were Lutheran hymns. There wasn't no R&B music. It was Lutheran hymns. I'm into music. Yeah. You know what I mean? I remember being on the bus in elementary school, and they had that song, 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover. Slip out the back, Jack. Make a new plan, Stan. Don't need to be coy, Roy. Just listen to me. Hop on the bus, Gus. Don't need to discuss much. Just drop off the key, Lee, and set yourself free. That was Paul Simon, but the point is that I didn't care who it was. I like music. So to answer your question, music itself is my inspiration.
The other question they had was sometimes creative people get tired of constant references to their past. Did you ever get tired of talking about your stuff from the 80s and 90s and what you did?
No. I mean, it's part of my life, it's part of my career. And you know, God been good to me. You know what I'm saying? Everything ain't perfect, but when I sum it all up, he's been very, very good to me. So and I've had a lot of fun time, despite the few things that didn't go planned.
Mm.
Listen, I'm a girl that like to laugh and have a lot of fun. And trust me, I had a fun time so far.
We've got a question from Zach. He said, so because Zach's been a big fan of what you posted on YouTube. So all the music that you've recently dropped on YouTube, will there be any more coming?
It will be. But my only issue is that I want to monetize it and I want to polish these songs up with the way they're supposed to be. And a lot of the time, that's the reason why I didn't know what I was going to do, because I wasn't working with super producer Teddy Riley. When the song comes out, everything is done. You know what I mean? I wasn't working with the Neptunes or, you know, Q-Tip or any of these people. You know what I mean? I'm a singer-songwriter. I know about music. I know about everything, but I don't do what they do when it comes to that part. So I love working with a great producer, you know what I mean? Because they can do what they do, I do what I do, we put it together and it works, you know what I mean? But the next music I put out, I want somebody to buy it. You know why? Because I got to make a living.
Yeah, no, and
like everybody else, you know what I'm saying? And like I say, due to the fact that, you know, things didn't unfold the way I wanted it to unfold, a lot of money's left on the table. If Tammy Lucas album would have one album, 2 albums out, I could be like a lot of other people going on tour. You know, there's no Tammy Lucas album. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got to have one.
No, definitely, and there's a market for that. The other question Zach had, when you recorded "Is It Good for You," were there any more tracks that you did different to that one with Teddy? Did you do any other tracks like "Is It Good to You" with Teddy that was fully recorded? And
no, and the whole "Is It Good to You" story was, you know, Heavy D and the Boys. We did that one first. I just sung on the hook. Heavy D, it did well. And then the Juice movie came out with Tupac. And the people at MCA asked Teddy, we want you to do that Is It Good to You song again, but, you know, add some lyrics to it. So that's what we did. And you notice the track is different because one of them is Mama used to say, take your time, young man. The track is a little different on the original one with Heavy D, the sample that he sort of used. I don't know if a lot of people notice that, but it is. It's not the same exact track, although the "Is It Good to You?" All of that's the same. But that track underneath, he used a different track, you know, and that's the genius of Teddy Riley, you know, to you know, expand it and you know, do something, add something different to it. So we also had started working on the Tammy Lucas album before we moved to Virginia Beach. And we had worked on a couple of really, I say really young songs because I was so much younger back then. You know what I mean? That was all after writing for Starpoint, and, you know, we had did some stuff with them. And then I did some stuff with the Winans with Teddy. I wrote that one song, A Friend, with Bernard Bell and Teddy Riley, when Teddy Riley did Time to Make That Change for the Winans.
Yeah, you did A Friend. Did you do Don't Leave Me?
All of that's before we came to Virginia.
Did you do Don't Leave Me or just A Friend?
No, I only did A Friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wrote all of the lyrics to a friend and most of the melody, most of all of the melody in the lyric.
I think your name is from okay.
It should be on there. I think the SWV is the only time I didn't get my proper credit was with when Rob Walker was managing the Neptunes.
Okay, let me quickly zoom.
I mean,
down.
on the album is what I'm saying.
Yeah, on the album, because I mean I love that oh sorry. Yeah, so they've got written by Bernard, Teddy, and Tammy. Did Bernard do anything on A Friend?
Yeah, we all worked together. Teddy Riley, Bernard Bell. And the thing is that when I think about it now, maybe I didn't write every single lyric to it. Maybe Bernard did some of it, but I know I wrote the part. I wrote the hook. A friend of mine, yours, out of all the love in the world, no one could love you more. I wrote some of the verses too.
Okay.
But Bernard Bell, it was a 3-man effort. I have to say that it was, and that's why when Teddy did the Michael Jackson thing, Bernard and I were the 2 people that he took out there with him.
Okay.
We had sort of figured out that we were a good chemistry together.
Yeah. Okay. Did you record a full album with the Neptunes, or was it just half of the album you did with them? How many songs did you record with the album? That's another question.
Which album is that?
So the supposedly Tammy Lucas album, because Teddy did half in the Neptunes, but how many songs?
Okay, so what happened was me and Teddy had did a couple of songs, a song called Perfect Time for Love and It's a Chance. They're very pretty. They've been very pretty songs for that time, but it seemed like maybe it's a year or 2 later when we got to Virginia Beach, I guess our music had evolved a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And I was older, you know what I mean? So, we didn't use those songs. And I'm not sure if I know we thought about it because he knew what songs he had, we had recorded them and everything, but like I say, it was so much going on. And then once I told Teddy that I wanted to work with them, we just started working together. And Teddy was aware of the, they did Tonight's the Night with us as well, too, because the Neptunes co-wrote some of the music part of that.
Who did the lyrics? Did you do all the lyrics for Tonight's the Night?
I did all the lyrics and all the melodies for Tonight's the Night, for my part and Chauncey's part. I wrote the whole song. That's what I do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm only speaking this way just to be clear, because in the past, I never talk enough. I had a great talk with a friend recently. They were like, you gotta tell people what it is they don't really know. They don't. A lot of people think I only spent, I don't know, a couple of days with the Neptunes. It was a series, almost 8 years consecutively. Okay. And so, that's a lot of time to spend. As a matter of fact, I think I spent more time with the Neptunes than I did with Teddy Riley. I had more work with Teddy. So I met Teddy in 88. And 88 to
94.
88 to 94. So I didn't even stay with him a full 10 years. With Neptunes from 92 to almost 2004. That's almost 12 years. Still dealing with them. You know what I'm saying? So.
What the tracks you did with Teddy then, that you recorded before Virginia, what happened to those tracks?
Teddy probably has them.
Oh, you don't have copies of those?
Oh, I have copies of everything.
Okay.
They're on a cassette though. And the difference with the Neptune songs was, although we started out with cassette, CD came in, you know what I mean? So when we actually recorded it, a lot of that stuff was transferred to CD. And that's why you're able to hear it, from DAT to CD. Yeah. Even though we were still, like the writers and stuff, we were still using cassettes at that time, for our own personal to bring it home. So yeah, I have it on CD and cassette, but the songs that I did with Teddy, they're only on cassette.
Okay.
Because we weren't at CD yet, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
But we need to get a way of trying to transfer those to make them digital,
you
so
think
that you.
so?
Yeah. So no worry. After we finish this, we'll start bumping heads together to see how we can.
My friend told me to ask you. She said, because she says, I saw him and she says, he's so great, Tam. And, she knows that I have been trying to do some stuff. She said, you should call him. She said, he probably can give you some ideas of how to, make your YouTube page better or whatever the case was. So see you
Yeah. Don't
often.
worry. Yeah,
There
we'll
you
talk
go.
offline after we finish this. So
Absolutely.
yeah. Other question they asked is the recorded. Yeah. So is there recorded material that you did with Uptown Records? We have the "Wish You Were Here" demo. Somebody seems to have the "Wish You Were Here" demo. I've never even heard that track.
I have that. That's on a cassette too, though. It's a very old cassette.
So, are there other recorded stuff you did with Uptown, like other
No,
than?
just that one song, "Wishing You Were Here." That was the beginning of it.
Okay.
That was the beginning, and it like I said, we didn't get that far down the road. It's all good though.
Is there another version of "Tonight's the Night"? That's what they asked you. Other than the one you did with Chauncey, did you do another version?
No, just that one version, and then, like I said, later on they decided to put SWV in the video.
So that's when
So
they did the remake with Craig Mack, and so they remade the track, um, and yeah, they did the remix of it.
Eric Sermon and somebody else, and it's a funny thing
It
about
was
it. I used to
Craig
always
Mack.
look on my. I didn't mean to cut you off. I used to always look on my. When you register the song on ASCAP, like now you can just go online and see it, not like before. You just have to wait till the papers come in. That's what all these papers are back here. A lot of different. I guess you would call it the invoice papers from the royalties. Different royalties that I got or whatever. And I used to see that. I kept saying, well, why is his name on here? He wasn't there. And it dawned on me later on, it's because they did that, the different version of it with SW.
Okay. Brent Wiley said, "Who was her favorite artist to work with that came from Future Studios to get produced by Teddy?"
Well, Teddy didn't really have that many people. He had Blackstreet, he had me.
But the people that you favorite that you worked with when
But you saying what artist did I want that we worked with together?
that was your favorite. So so the 6 years you worked with Teddy, who was your favorite artist that you enjoyed being part of their sound?
Michael Jackson, I guess I would have to say.
Okay.
So I would have to, because people don't understand. Listen, although my music came out in the 90s, I'm not a 90s lover of music in that respect. My love is late 60s, 70s, and 80s. That's it for me. All the artists that were out before I became an artist that inspired me, you know what I'm saying? Patty Austin and Michael Jackson and just anybody you could think of, from D Train, okay? Anybody you could think of that was dope, okay? Luther Vandross, anybody, those are the artists that I cling to so much. Although there were a lot of great people out during the 90s, that's when the music business started to shift, and the record companies started just to want to do a formula thing, and copy off of a Teddy Riley, or so we're going to do something just like him, because it's about numbers, and making money and that whole thing. And there was a lot of acts that they weren't really that great. I don't know all the names because I wasn't, necessarily following them, but it's so funny. They have all this nostalgic stuff that they have on Instagram now where they play old videos and old things. I love it because it just brings up, the history of that time, not just one song or another song, but what was going on in the music industry at that time.
Yeah, no, as I said, I mean, there's nothing beats the those from that era who sang and artist development. So they focused on the craft and the music and the writing. Towards the 90s, it became image and just, auto
That's when
tune. So
things
we didn't
started
care about,
changing.
yeah, started
Yeah.
changing.
And
Brent
that's why I
actually,
was so proud to be with Teddy, because Teddy was authentic. He was real. The Neptunes were authentic. They were real. Okay.
mm,
And that's why I was so proud to be working with both of them.
yeah, which is her favorite song which she featured on? So you did a lot of features that we talk about with not just with Guy, Big Bub, where you did stuff with the Neptunes and stuff with. But what was your favorite song that you've ever featured on?
I would probably have to say, "Is it good to you?"
Okay,
I would
the
have to
one with
say that.
Heavy, or the one by you and Teddy did.
I would have to say the one with me and Teddy, and I'll tell you why. When the one with Heavy D and the Boys came out, they didn't put me in the video. Put models in the video,
Yeah,
and nothing against them. The label has their own thing that they're doing with their act. Heavy D and the Boys was the act. So I
yeah,
get it. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't concerned about Tammy Lucas or whatever. These things happen. You know what I mean? But and that's the reason why, because a lot of times people didn't even know that was me singing on it. You know what I mean? They didn't
yeah,
realize that it was the same girl. So I would have to say the one that I did with Teddy, of course.
yeah. But also to be fair, they didn't feature Aaron Hall on Now That We Found Love. They didn't put any of them. Aaron wasn't in the video. They didn't even put featuring Aaron Hall singing the hook
These
on.
things happen. This is
Yeah,
what I'm saying. But at the time you create the song and record the song, you don't know how much time it is between that and the song actually hitting, being released,
yeah,
and the other dynamics that could come into play, whether it be, you know, certain goals from the record company that they are looking to. I heard a story. They said that I read the story on one of these things, these nostalgia things. They said the reason why Elton John was brought out is because Barry White was doing so well with his orchestra and playing the piano. They wanted to find someone white that could play the piano and
um,
take over that genre. They didn't want Barry White to be in that category by himself. You know what I'm
mm,
saying? A wonderful black man. So
yeah,
and it's not just a black white thing. It's a business thing from the standpoint of the record label.
yeah,
It is a little black and white sometimes too,
yeah,
but you know what I'm saying. When I heard it, I thought it was just so interesting, and that's what I love about all this stuff. Now you find out, just like people are finding out the behind the scenes with me. For me to find out the behind the scenes of all the people that I love and the music that I've listened to, and recently I found it like Now Rogers. Now, Chic is one of my number one top groups, okay? Top groups. They came out in the 80s when I was a young girl, 16, 15 or whatever. That's the music that is imprinted on my soul, all of those songs that came out during that time. And when I found out that he had produced so many other songs, I didn't, especially at the time when I was young, I wasn't looking on every album cover. We would just dance. It's not like today when people try to find out, well, who's this and who's that, and blah, 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 blah. And listen, we didn't have no cell phones. We was living life, dancing and just soaking up life, having a good. These people ain't having a good time the way we had today. Because let me tell you something, honey. When I went down to that garage, baby, we had a good time down there. You just can't explain how wonderful the sound system was in that Paradise Garage. Okay, my boyfriend took me, him and his brother, his older brother, and his girlfriend. They took me down there one time. I think I must have been 14 or 15 years old. Like I said, I was already partying at 14. Me and my friends, like the Rennie, Harlem World, and we go always, not every night, because I wasn't no person running the street. My mother, but on the weekend or when we could go, summertime, a lot of times when wintertime people was at home, it's cold, you know what I'm
mm,
saying? But in the summertime, they let us have a little more free reign. And I tell you, when I went down to the garage, it wasn't the first time I had been to a club, but when I got there, the energy was so beautiful. We were all huddled up together on that dance floor. the sirens were blaring, the confetti dropped, they had the strobe lights going, baby, and the best DJ in the world playing and mixing that music, the sound system, you know, and the great thing about the garage, they didn't have a liquor license, so there was no alcohol served there. Now, of course, people were smoking weed, and you know, they were taking the big thing back then was the mescaline tab, sort of like a mushroom and blah blah blah. You take that, you be dancing all night, dancing all night, never get tired. You know what I'm saying? But I tell you, I went to that club. I started going every week. I got my membership. I never saw a fight, not one fight. I never even see nobody mean mug nobody, not in the bathroom, not where we got dressed. The people today, they would not be able to reference this type of safety that we had, okay? None of the clubs that I went to, they never had no shootouts, nothing. You know what I'm saying? The things that we worry about today, to be in a club like that, to be in a crowd of people, in some place, in a garage, you know what I'm saying? And nothing never broke out. I saw Grace Jones, I saw Madonna, saw Shaka Khan,
Wow.
Sylvester, and all the other great underground acts that were there at that time. They were there. I seen Grace Jones 1,000 times at the garage. Shaka Khan. I saw Madonna at least 4, 5, 6 times when she first, you know, was coming out with her thing. And it was a wonderful, wonderful club. Oh my God, I wish they had something like that today.
Yeah.
I really do.
Another question about Brent was, you and Teddy were credited with writing many songs together. What was the process? Would they initially write the songs and then you'd write them together in the studio? Or, you know, would Teddy say, let's write the song? Would you write the lyrics, or he come up with the music? That was the question.
What song was it? Did you mention?
No, just generally when you did songs with Teddy, you know, like Is It Good to You, any of the songs, would he come up with the beat and you write, or would you write and then he'll...
Teddy, I work the same way with generally everybody I work with, from Boy Jarvis, my first song, Teddy, Pharrell, Q-Tip, anybody. They give me an open track and I take it home and I write lyrics and melody to it. Now, with Teddy and Is It Good to You, what I remember is that a lot of times with Teddy, because he had, and this is the difference, this is the reason why some of the Neptune music is so much more precious to me. And that's why I still want to put it out as the song, because it wasn't a thing of, well, the record company is looking for this or looking for that. You see, Teddy had, you know what made Teddy such a genius? He took direction from what the company wanted, and then he added his, you know, his talent, and made it seem like the company didn't ask for that. Like that was all his idea. But a lot of times it was certain things they were looking for. So I say, regardless of what it was, they give me an open track. I write lyrics and melody, but sometimes Teddy would have the hook already to the song. Like, Is It Good to You? I know he already had the idea for it, the lyrics of Is It Good to You? I'm not sure if he had the melody or not, but that's all he had. I filled in all the rest, you know. But like a Tonight's the Night, I don't remember if he had the maybe he did. That sound like Teddy. Sound like Teddy might have had the idea for the title of the song, you know. And then I went home and filled in everything else, all the lyrics, all the melody.
So generally, you would work. You'd have a sort of a reference kind of, and then you'd write and then put some melody.
No, not a reference. He would just sit and talk to me and tell me. Like, I would come to the studio with Teddy. Would work with. I would come to the studio. He said, "Oh, I got this new song." He played a song, and then the song was on. Teddy, when the hook come, he, is it good? And he might just do that. He was like, you know, and that would be it. And then he said, he give me the track. We didn't reference anything. He would just sing it to me, you know, face to face while we were there. And then I go home from what we discussed, go home and put it down. And then when I come back the next day, that's when we would reference it.
Okay.
And what I want to say about him and everybody I work with, I never worked with one of them where they said, oh, no, we don't like that. Go back and do something else. Seemed like every time, whatever I wrote, I was able to grasp the idea and the vision that they were trying to explain to me.
Yeah.
And when I gave it back, it worked out.
It's something like oh goodness, the one that you did with Big Bub, I Like His Style.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get involved in that writing, or mainly just sang?
I don't believe so. I believe it was a thing where that thing was done already. And then they said, you know who might sound good on there with you? Let's call Tammy in. And it was a lot of that too, because, you know, once was on a few things, people liked it. Teddy liked it. Everybody liked it, you know. And then that's how I got called in on that. I didn't do any writing on that. No.
Okay. Were you in the studio with Bub?
Yeah. What were we? I don't know, because I think it could have been where Bubs was already on and then they called me. A lot of times when I went in, I just went in and did my thing, just me and Teddy and maybe some of the people that were there at the studio at the time, like the late Big Al, who's not with us anymore. You know what I'm saying? And whoever the engineer was working with Teddy at the time, and some
Like
of the
Dave
people,
Way or
so
so.
they come in, Markel, they would come in and listen. But I don't know. I don't think Big Bub was there the same day I did it. I think his vocals were already on there.
Okay. Okay.
If I remember it correctly.
I think my favorite, if I think of my favorite Tammy Lucas feature, is it's hard between Goodbye Love, but I think it has to be a Let's Stay. There's
Let's
Let's
stay
Stay
together.
Together by Guy. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite Guy tracks. Especially, yeah.
Well, it was
Um,
nice that me and Aaron Hall got to get on something again. You know, I do remember that Aaron had came. That's when Teddy was in Virginia. He came down to Virginia to do that.
okay.
But again, I don't believe we were in the studio at the same time. Teddy called me in, and he probably already had the idea of where he wanted me to sing at.
Okay.
And I came in and stacked my vocals, you know, like on the song I Like. I'm singing I like bum 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 bum. I like. Then I'm singing I like boom 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 boom. I like. And then I'm singing I like boom 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 boom. I like. So they got three different vocals, you know, and then I like the way, girl. I'm all over that track. And that's why when the young lady recently, some young lady, she's a DJ, she did a remix of the song. I reposted it on there. You know, people love that song.
Yeah, yeah.
I love it. You know, Timmy Gatlin, he did his thing. But a lot of times people don't realize that's me singing all on the back with him. I like the way, girl. Bum 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 bum. I love bum and whatever background is on there, I'm on it, all over it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm proud of that because it's such a great song. You know,
I had no
it's a
idea that
great.
you were
And
on
you
there
know
because
what I love? It's an original song. You know, it's an original song. It's not copied. It's not sampled from. You know, that's a big thing to write an original song and it become a classic.
yeah, yeah.
Listen,
And
that's
that's what
big.
and that's what Timmy wasn't happy that you didn't get any credit on the Guy album, because I said most of us did not realize that you sang Goodbye Love, because they didn't, Gene didn't put any credit. He
Right.
didn't
They
say
put it on
anything.
there.
Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah, but he was doing, no, so that's a different thing. But yeah, that's why.
and he wasn't the worst person in the whole world. He wasn't the evil man. He was a black man in this world. There's a lot of time people don't realize about our people. You know, all over the world we've been treated bad. Okay, since the moment we got here. So sometimes you know how we operate. It ain't perfect, but we got to give each other grace. You know.
Yeah, the another question that's let me see. Jabba Robbins asked is that, were you around when Teddy did the remix for Janestown, Why Don't We Fall in Love? Were you?
You're talking about
the Jane Child track, the remix. Why don't we fall?
Yeah, I have a picture with her. I was in the studio when he was doing that. I posted the
I
picture, I
saw
think
you.
last
Yes, I
year.
saw the picture you had.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the?
I
So
posted a bunch of pictures, but one of the pictures with me and Jane Child. Yeah,
yeah. So the question
absolutely.
was, what was it like seeing Teddy remix that song? Because it seems as if that one of the songs that's almost revived his career. The success of that song.
Yeah, it took him to another level once he had did that song. Listen, like I say, Teddy was a stand-up guy when I met him. You know, at Uptown, we started working. The first song we did was "Real Love" for Stephanie Mills, and we did that background for Keith Sweat. Okay,
Which one?
Guy
Oh yeah,
album,
right in the wrong way.
right in the wrong way. And he did something for Stephanie Mills, the song called "Real Love." Some
Mm.
people say that song, I want a real love. And that was very early on for me, you know. But I love Stephanie Mills. I listen. That's the other person that I am very happy that I work with. But I want to say this. I didn't get to work with her close on. It was more like I wrote the song, and then when Teddy went in the studio with her, I wasn't there with her when she recorded the song. You
Okay.
see, I was sort of behind the scenes, but she besides Michael Jackson, and ironically enough, they used to go together. Michael Jackson and Stephanie Mills. Those are the two more out of all of the people that I wrote songs for. Those are my two favorite people.
Okay. Uh, um, Just Drools asks, there was a picture of you, Pharrell, and Chad and Teddy. Um, you're wearing like a leather black top and white, and then you're standing next to between Teddy and Pharrell, and Chad's there. Do you remember
Oh, that
that
was at
picture?
Teddy's studio. That
Okay.
was after one of those talent shows. That was the night of one of those talent shows. Gary, oh God, what is Gary's last name? I can't think of his name, but he passed away. He was a music executive too. He worked with Q-Tip and he worked with different people. I had originally met him at Uptown Records. What is Gary's last name? I can't think of it right now. But anyway, Gary Harris. He's cropped out of the picture. There's a picture where you can see all of us there. Gary's in the
Yes,
picture.
yes. I don't even.
Pharrell, Chad, and yeah, there he is. That's Gary Harris on the side there.
Yeah.
Right. That's the original picture. But some of the pictures have just cropped it out where it's just me, Teddy, and Pharrell, and and Chad. But that was one of the talent shows that Teddy had, and it was like a thing. And Teddy had invited Gary Harris and some other record executives down, and they had like a whole talent show. They were doing them like every year, and they would have some local talent perform. Teddy and them would perform. It was like a show and a banquet and a whole thing, you know.
Oh, this was in Virginia.
That was after the show, and we were all at Teddy's studio, just hanging out.
Okay, okay. Then the other question that he asks is, did you have any special talents with any instruments? Like,
No,
piano, flute,
no.
no
My
guitar.
mother paid for me to take theory and piano at the Harlem School of the Arts. But by the time I went, the only thing I could really stick with, it was piano, theory, and voice. The only thing I stuck with was voice because I was a teenager by that point. I wasn't a little girl. And I was already hanging out, and I just didn't have the attention span to be serious with theory and piano when I already knew music by ear. That
Okay.
was the thing. I was like, just tell me how it goes. You know,
Mhm.
my father is a musician who played by ear. You know what
Okay.
I mean? He didn't read music. Now, looking back now, I wish I would have taken it because it would have expanded what I know by ear. And it's not too late for me to take it now, you know,
Yeah.
piano or theory, which I plan to do it once I get organized. But ever since the pandemic, me, like everybody else, I'm trying to get my paper up so I can go ahead and get the money to do my album and, you know, all the other things that need to be done. So my focus is different now, but yeah, theory and piano was important, but it didn't stick with me. I had a wonderful voice teacher named Mary Lindsay, and she was a Black woman, and she sang opera. She taught me how to sing a couple of pieces in different languages that I still know today. I know that the famous song Plaisir d'amour ne dure qu'un moment. You don't know that song?
No.
It's a French song. It's called The
Okay.
Pleasures of Life. It's a very famous song. It's in a lot of movies. And then one in Italian and another one's very, very pretty classical songs. Like I say, I'm a music lover. It's not just one type of music I love, you know. And I leaned into that. That was the one thing, because once I heard those pretty melodies, that was it for me. I'm like, once I hear how it go, and then I had to learn the language of the song, you know, within that, you know, melody for that. But I just know those particular songs in that language, and I don't know everything else. You know?
Okay, Dobie Sonic said, how did she connect with Dilla for the Frank and Dunk song Mama Dukes? Ma Dukes?
Good question. Um, I have to say thanks again to Teddy Riley. Teddy Riley gave me so much work that people heard me, and just like Q-Tip came to me for once again, okay, because of the work that I did with Teddy Riley, they liked my voice. And then later on, in which I didn't realize that Dilla had worked on that song too. I had met him in the studio with Q-Tip and Tribe Called Quest when I did that
Ma
once
Dukes?
again.
Okay, once again.
Right. And then a couple of years later in 2000, because that came out, that happened in 1996. And a couple of years later in 2004, Ali Shaheed reached out to me and told me that Dilla wanted me to sing on the song with Frank and Dank. And that's how it happened.
Well, I mean, there's so much said about Dilla that he was a musical genius, but I didn't know him that well. But what was it? The other question was, what was it like working with him?
It was great, but I want to say again, it was pretty much like every other experience that I had with the other talented men that I worked with.
Yeah.
He was multi-talented, and it was just an easy thing. He gave me the track. I went back to the hotel. I wrote what I wrote overnight and came back the next day, and we recorded it. And that was all it was to it. You know what I'm saying? With the Q-Tip thing, the part that I wrote, the hook, I wrote that myself. You know, I'm trying to think, did I come up with it at the studio? I think I came up with it at the studio, and I wasn't sure about it. And then I came back the next day, and I don't know, kind of polished it up or whatever. You know, it wasn't like I was writing the whole song. It was just that one hook. But I worked the same way pretty much with everybody. You know what I'm saying? And at the time, I didn't realize he had an illness. You know what I mean? Because it was very soon after that he passed away. I want to say a year or two after that he passed away. You know, I think he was already dealing with his illness, but he was very nice. He was just a nice dude. And I remember going in, and it was in Michigan. I went to Michigan. That's where he was from. Well, that's what I believe. And I went out there. I had a cousin that lived in Michigan, but anyway, they flew me out. You know, they paid the per diem and the hotel and how they do. You know what I mean? Went in. I heard the track. You know, and I didn't realize he was as prolific as he was during the time that I worked with him either. But I know dope music, so it's just like I say, when I met the Neptunes, they were nobody. It wasn't about who they were. It was about their music was unique. Chad had very unique chords that he was, but Pharrell wasn't even doing all that then. Pharrell now, he knows more music than he knows then. But back then, Chad was, you know, more of the instrumentation as far as the chords and he had a lot of beautiful chords. Pharrell was mostly doing the beat and all of the lyrics and, you know, stuff like that. You know, that's what I do know about their structure. But as time went on, Pharrell began to, you know, learn more, you know.
Oh, yeah. I remember talking to Levi, and he says that your child will come into the studio with a trumpet or flute or saxophone
And
different
saxophone.
different instruments, and he was really a musician kind of person.
Yeah, he was more of, like I said, the musician part of it. But I'll tell you one thing. They all need to get out. Shay, Chad, and everybody else is getting paid as an extension of Pharrell. They all need to get out on their knees and thank Pharrell, because if it wasn't Pharrell, wasn't for that boy, and I say boy because I think about him when I met him. You know what I mean? I know he's a man now. It was children of his own. But the point is that he had ambition. He bugged me to death. I wasn't looking to take on no group when I went down there. I was down there trying to do my own thing. You know what I'm saying? And quite frankly, when I went down there, not that I knew anything about the music industry in that respect, but I had a focus to do me. I came down there for a reason. You know what I mean? Teddy had got a new deal. It was going to mean something to me. You know what I'm saying? I was going to be able to do my, I didn't come down there to get sidetracked looking out for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? But it was because he was ambitious and he took initiative on his own to cultivate relationships with me, with Teddy, and with whoever else that he felt that he needed to talk to. He was a young guy. He didn't know anybody. Chad, I say, Chad's a Pisces like me, born one day before me. He's February 24th. I'm 25th. Maybe because of his Filipino background, I don't know what it was, but that plus his shyness, he didn't. If it wasn't for Pharrell, none of them would be anywhere, because there's a lot of people that's talented, don't you know? You know how many people that's talented and don't make it in this industry, or don't make it in this life, period. Something comes, the enemy wants to take you down anyway, okay? Yeah. I mean, I'm a Christian woman, like I say. The enemy, he don't want any of us to win, okay? Some people don't even make it out their mother's womb, okay? Because the enemy don't want to. But what I'm saying to you is that you have to push in this life, and you have to stand up for yourself in this life, and I think that's, regardless of that's what they respect about me, because you just can't do anything you want to do to Tammy Lucas. You got to treat Tammy Lucas right, or let Tammy Lucas go, okay? I'm not for anything else but treating you the same way that I want to be treated, okay? That's the only thing I'm for. That's the type of family I come from. That's the type of Harlem community I come from, the era that I come from. That's what I'm about, so. But Pharrell, like I say, all those people that's making money because Pharrell gave them a job, okay? I put him on, okay? And he put on thousands of other people, okay? But what I say, Chad, especially Chad, Shay, Rob, I heard he made $1 million. I don't know if he still got it, but the people that really made some money, that type of money changes your life. Okay. My life haven't been changed in that way. I still have to worry about how I'm going to pay my bills and different things like that. Back in the day, I was making a lot of money, but now they got the streaming stuff out now. You don't make the same royalties as you used to make.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So it's different. You know what I mean? But Pharrell he was relentless. Okay, he had an ambition and just get up and go. Get up. Let me get over to Tammy's house. Let me get over to that studio. Okay, we didn't call him. Well, nobody calling him. I mean, in the beginning, you know what I'm saying? When nobody calling Pharrell or Chad about nothing. It came to the studio so many times. That's how I ended up running into him that time when he played the music to me. Because even after they won the talent show, Teddy was Teddy Riley. He coming off the high, working with Michael Jackson, didn't get work with. Listen, that's Michael Jackson's top of the food chain, and will always be. Okay, will always be. Because he was a serious artist from the time he was a child, not because of anything else. The man was serious about what he was doing, and he did it. And when, like I say, Teddy was generous. He wanted to help everybody, but he's only one person. How much can one person do? So that's why a lot of things fell between the cracks. This person didn't do it because he just didn't have enough was just one person, you know, but Pharrell didn't give up. That's what I say about him. The boy had a tenacity on him, and uh that's what I respected about him. And that's why I continued to work with him, even though we fell out sometime. He was a little over demanding and this, that, and the other. And he came from a good family. That's another thing I respected about him too. I know his mother and father personally. And when I was down in Virginia Beach, I began to get lonely at some time because, you know, when I first got down there, it was one thing, but after I was down there a couple of years, you know, and of course I went back home, but it's not the same as having your parents and your friends that love you around you all the time. You know what I'm saying? And his mother and his father, they both consoled me. You know what I'm saying? You know, as elders, you know what I'm saying? They weren't my parent; they was my friend's parent, but still. You know, and like I say, they were good to me. You know what I'm saying? Teddy's mother was good to me. Markel, they all treated me like family. So, you know, it was a good experience. You know?
Did you meet Rodney Jerkins there?
No, never met him.
Okay.
Never met Rodney. I met Bobby Brown one time, but it was so brief. He probably doesn't remember, you know.
What about Mucho?
I had met Mucho and some of those guys.
Spec? That's a Spec. Sprague?
Sprague, I knew, but Sprague was working at the studio. You talking about Sprague? Yeah, but I'm talking about the people from Mucho and that other guy, Daryl, whatever his name was. I had met them in New York because I remember Gene had them staying at this place in like 50th between 9th and 10th Avenue. He had gotten I don't know if it was an apartment or whatever, and they were staying there. And I think they wanted me to write something for them, and they sent me over there. I remember going over there.
Oh,
I didn't do any writing. I went over there, and Mucho was there, and the guy Daryl was there.
Okay, okay, Daryl Diesel, yeah.
But I don't remember doing anything with them. I didn't end up doing these. I don't even know. Just when I think back now, I don't know why I went over there.
Okay, but yes, Sprague was in the studio. But what John Marie? What about John Marie?
John Marie was there. Sprague was there. Earl. And speaking of this whole CMOS, okay, people all on CMOS. Teddy Riley was taking CMOS in the 90s because Earl used to make the CMOS drink for him, okay? Because Earl is Caribbean, okay? Earl and another guy, I can't think of the other guy's name. Two Caribbean guys. The other guy was his engineer. I don't know why I can't think of his name.
It wasn't
and Earl was
Frankton.
Earl wasn't an engineer. Earl was more like a PA assistant to the engineer, something like that.
Okay.
But he was a funny guy. He was listen, all I did was do a lot. That's why, you know, it's so funny. That's why probably a lot of people don't know I'm as serious of a person as I am, because I love to laugh. I was always laughing and, you know, finding something funny. So a lot of funny shit, trust me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so my questions were that if you let me see, yeah, your top 10 favorite songs. So if we started that you've recorded, so if we you know, what would make your top 10 when you think of all the songs that you've sort of recorded that's been out there?
Well, I have to put my first song there, Hey Boy. Even though, you know, I was so young, and I just want to say that a guy played the song on he's a DJ. His name is Easy Mo B. He played it, I don't know, sometime during the pandemic or after the pandemic. Everybody was
Easy
doing
Mo B that did the production for Biggie.
Yeah, him. He's a DJ now. He's a huge DJ. He still produces, but he's switched over into the DJ lane. And this man got records. One day he showed on his thing how many records that he had. The man, he knows a lot of music. But to make a long story short, he played the Hey Boy, and he played the other side. He didn't play the commercial side. He played the rough side. And I said, Lord have mercy. I know God was with me. I said, when I listened to that, I said, why did they release that rough one? That, you know, sometimes when you writing a song and you don't have all the lyrics and everything yet, or you might have one part of it, but you don't have the other part. It's very rough, you know what I'm saying? So you're trying to find your way. And I just remember when I was at Boy Jarvis' house that day, and he played, and I said, hey, hey, boy, you know I got just what you want, baby. And then the other part of the music would come, and then I would try to figure out like what I was going to do in there. And Lord have mercy, they ended up keeping everything that I did, you know. And I say, yes, that's one of my favorite songs because it's my first song. And I believe the Holy Spirit was there with me because I wasn't as polished as I am today. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But God let it come out, you know?
Go ahead, boy. What makes what's number two?
You hear that rough side version. It's rough, baby. Even by my own ears, okay? But other than that, I want to say again, I have to go back to these same songs that I'm trying to finish this album with. And like I say, when I was working with Teddy, a lot of the songs had to do with what we needed, like when we worked for Star Point, what Star Point was looking for. You know what I'm saying? But when I worked with the Neptunes, after me getting to know Pharrell, you know, he just got a sense of me. You know, he's a guy that picks up. He has a sensibility where he's able to pick things up.
Mm.
He got a sense of me, and after us going back and forth for a while, and then he finally brought those tracks to When We're There, Before We Kiss Tonight, Turn Out the Lights, and there was a couple of other songs. There was another song called Let Me Take You to Heaven, and another song. And I redid both of those songs, you know, after the pandemic. I was able to just get a couple of equipment, a new mic, and you know, so I can do my recording here. You know, I have the Pro Logic, you know what I'm saying? So I do that. I'm able to record, you know, they give me the track, you know, same way I've been doing it all along. I put my ideas down. But I recently reworked some of the other songs, you know, I've evolved, you know, despite the fact that it seemed like my career after I worked with the Neptunes, seemed like my career cut off after that, you know, a person that was doing so much, you know what I mean? I didn't really do a lot. And maybe because a lot of people thought I was going to do with them, I don't know. But the point is that those songs are most precious to me because when they were given to me, it wasn't about this is what you need and you need to do this. It was just organic, what I felt. And I just wrote what I felt. And to me, that's the most organic. Not saying that you can't, you know, get an idea from a producer or a record label or tailor make a song for a certain artist. You know what I mean? Because they already have a brand and a style already. You know what I'm saying? But when you write something for yourself, it's truly organic because it's just you sharing your own feelings raw. No one has projected anything else on it, which projection can work. Like, you know, people working together, it can always make it sweeter. But sometimes when you just do it yourself, it's just you. And that's why I put those songs out because I want people to know who I am.
Yeah.
You know, yes, it's good to you and that, but that's not all of who I am, you know. And the fact that I never did get a chance to do the album and all those different opportunities, people never got to really feel the full scope of who Tammy Lucas is, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and as I said, that's I mean, as I said, we'll talk more about the direction for. I mean, if you think about it right now, where are you when it comes to getting a Tammy Lucas album? Are you still are you still looking for producers to work alongside you to sort of redo some of the music that you've already written to, or what's the state of things?
All I need is the money. That's where I'm at. I'm telling you, I don't need no ideas. I got all ideas. I already have the songs, okay? It's especially for the stuff that I want to do. The tracks are already there. You know, for a long time, I was hoping that Pharrell would turned back. He promised, blah, 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 blah. It didn't happen. I can't wait on him. I'm my whole lifetime going on. Okay. I don't know what the reason is. I'm not going to hold anything against him. I still love him. There's another thing people don't realize. I love Teddy and I love Pharrell because they're my brothers. Okay. Whether everything worked out or not, it doesn't matter. Okay. We made a lot of beautiful music together that is a part of my soul that I love, whether the 99 people heard it or one person heard it. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it is with certain things. And I just say, I don't need anything but money right now, because you need money to where people are today. There was a time where you could call somebody and be like, hey, could you do this? Could you? We're not living in that time now. People need to be paid, and especially musicians and people in the music industry. First of all, I don't even have that many. The contacts that I have, they're not working. The Teddy Riley and the Pharrell, the contacts that I have with people who really have means to do it, they don't want to do it, or that's not working. So the other people, I have to cultivate new relationships. And the thing is that when you have money, you don't have to cultivate anything. You call in who you want, you ask them what their price is, and you pay them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm a big girl now. I don't need Teddy or the record company and nobody else to hire this engineer or to hire this person to do whatever they need to be done, you know? And as far as like some of the Neptune songs, they don't need to be redone over. I realize now I can have them mastered and mixed properly, and they can be put up. I can record right up, because that's how good the tracks are. I can re-record. They don't have to be redone over. And there's sort of jazzy and R&B type thing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jazzy, R&B, hip hop, which was going on in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? A very good mix of all of that. So I'm in my own lane. And like I say, a lot of producers, they know me from the things that I've done with other producers. And so when they send me stuff, they think of me in that mind, because they don't know the full scope of a Tammy Lucas. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said I put the songs out, and I really expected to do even more. Like, I expected people just to call me and be like, hey, we're going to help you do it. But you know, it's a lot going on in the world today. So people are, you know.
But I mean, I mean, if an engineer or producer said, you know, let's work together. And yeah, I'm not gonna charge you. I'll do the music for you. I mean, does that work?
The thing is that I don't need any music done. What I need is a technical engineer. I already have the producers, the songs produced.
Yeah.
And see, that's another thing too. You have to be careful with as a singer, like I am. You know, a lot of producers, when you work with them, they want to get out their sound, and that's what they're supposed to do. You know what I mean? But I don't want to get into that with them. Okay. And I don't even need that at this juncture. Well, at this juncture, all I need is funding, because I'm telling you, I already have the songs. I already have them produced, rewritten. Well, I say they're beautiful. I like them a lot, and I believe that other people, if they like those songs, they'll like these too. And if I just get this first, and I worked with another producer. I'm not gonna mention his name, because me and him, we fell out with each other, because, you know, another one, you know, a lot of times they mistake me for somebody else and it just don't work out. And I have to tell them no. But anyway, make a long story short, I did some very unique stuff with him. And I've got to try to figure out a way, regardless of the fact, you know, it's that unique that I still want to do that. Okay. Some of it, here's some other stuff that I want to do. The first guy that I worked with, Boy Jarvis, he passed away a couple of years ago. And but before he passed away, he wanted to work back with me again. And he has sent me some stuff. Okay. I want to go and do some of those things, but I already have the music. I'm writing the song. You know what I'm saying? It's my vision this time. And I need somebody to come along and be a Tammy Lucas to me. Okay. Come along and just help me the way I helped them. When I was working with Teddy and Pharrell, and even more so Pharrell and Chad, I was older than them, more established. I didn't get in there and tell them, hey, don't do this, don't do that. I didn't do that. that's why it went so well. They did what they did. Whatever tracks I didn't gel with, I just didn't pick those tracks. I didn't come and say, oh, that track is terrible. Oh, I didn't do that. The tracks that I wanted to work with, we worked on, and we just took it and it grew from that point on. Their confidence grew. The musicianship that I had learned with working with Teddy and all the people that had learned up until that point, I shared it with them. Okay. They expanded. Okay. The Neptune sound was born. I was sitting there every damn step of the way of it. Okay. Every step of the way. Pharrell would not make a decision without me. He would not, because you know why? Because he knew he could trust me. That's why he knew he could trust me to tell him the truth. And that's not always how it is in this industry. A lot of people, they have different motives and this, that, and the other. And regardless of, even if we have fell out with each other, that's just how I'm cut. You know what I'm saying? I'm not cutting all the way. If I don't want to be bothered with you, then I just don't be bothered with you. But I'm not gonna be your friend, and I don't do all of these crazy type of things. I'm just one way, straight. If you don't want to be my friend no more, I find some new friends. That's it. Okay.
But so is it so? But you're more like needing an engineer to help put together everything you have, as opposed to.
I need an engineer that is proficient in logic. Okay, to come to my house. Okay, because I already know how this whole thing goes, the masters and all that type. We're not getting into that. Okay, it's gonna be done here. Okay, and then once it's finished perfecting here, you know what I'm saying? Because when I'm working with myself, I have to be the engineer and the singer. That's tricky. You know what I'm saying? But I do it because, I'm compelled to finish the song, and I know how to operate somewhat on it. But what I need is an engineer that is proficient in that. I have a iMac, like I said, I'm on Pro Logic. My compositions are on Pro Logic, and the thing is that it'd be so sweet if I knew somebody that was, from here in New York or whatever. And at some point I said I will put out my fielders for it, but still, you got to find somebody you could trust. You just trust with your baby. You know what I'm saying? So there's that too. You know what I'm saying? Perhaps if just say if I was still tight with Pharrell or Teddy right now, and they say, "Oh, Tam, I got an engineer for you," I don't have to check it 100 times because I already know them. They've, what I'm saying, it's coming from somebody that I know, but I'm not quite connected, in that way, at this present moment, but it don't make a difference. God connected with everybody, okay? Yeah. And he will send me the right people. I'm confident of that. And I'll know they're the right people, and that I can trust. And then we can sit down and polish everything out, you know what I'm saying? Get the tracks right. If I need to stack more, stack more. But the meat and potatoes is done, okay? The songs are written. They're all flushed out. Melodies, backgrounds and everything. Harmonies and everything, okay? I just need help with the engineer, organizing it and getting it sonically right and making sure, it's perfect, you know what I'm saying? And then after that, I have to have money to have it mixed and mastered. Okay, so it's a money thing, and they have the recording studios. Once you have it to a certain point, you take it there. Because a friend was sharing with me, if you have these things, if you say even if they're not mixed, if they're mastered, you can put them on all streaming platforms. You know what I'm saying? And then you will be able to monetize it from that point. They tell you everything. That's what I love about this world today. They don't hold nothing back. They tell you everything. They have all these great things on Instagram. These young people, they just give it to you right there. You can do this, you can do that. Like one guy said, forget the record company, go get a loan from the bank, And I thought about that, but I haven't been as organized to set everything up, And also, too, you have to have so many followers and when you put up your proposal to tell you, listen, I'm an artist, I need more money. If I was in a position, I would do something like that, but that's why I started the YouTube page. That's the first start. Maybe if it gets to a certain number, then I can, but you have to have numbers even before you go to the bank, because they want to know, well, who's going to buy the song?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, as I said, there are probably a number of different things that we could talk about that you can do in because you do have the followers. I guess is just how they track you down and how they tie everything to you. Know it's officially
Hmm.
you and stuff. So there'll be some things to look at in that space. Um, but okay. Um, and so I guess I mean, how many songs are you looking to once you get everything together to release on this album?
The first album, I say 11 tops,
Okay.
maybe 16. And that would be,
Oops, 11 to 16. That's
yeah, because I would be, and that's why I released all those other little mini songs, so to speak, different ideas that I had, and some of them, they were old. I just went through a whole bunch of stuff that I had. And
yeah.
then I was like, oh, that sounds pretty good. And then I added some stuff to it, you know what I mean, from today. So some vocals are old vocals with new vocals of today. And I said, it doesn't make a difference. Just put it out. People have ears, they can hear, just like you can hear it, they can hear it. It's not perfect, it's not mixed, it's not mastered.
Yeah.
I can't wait on everything. I
Yeah.
just felt like the Holy Spirit just moved me. He was like, just put out what you got and see what happens,
Yeah.
and be creative, make a creative playlist and put it out,
Yeah.
and that's what I did. And thank God I did do it because, I tell you, when the people say that they like it, it warms my heart,
Yeah.
to know that that's the only thing I wanted to do my whole life was the same thing that Michael Jackson and Luther. When I hear that, I remember I was broke up with this guy, and that one song about and loneliness is the other side of the world, of the world, of the world. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh. I mean, I'm a fan just like everybody else is, and the only thing I wanted to do was add that same type of feeling of joy, whether it's a sad song or happy song, to somebody else's life, because that's how much I love music. I love, I love, I love music. I just do, and that's what
Yeah,
it
I
is.
guess now, yeah, we have to try and see how to help you get this stuff out there. The question I had was because I did say, okay, any profile pictures and you say you don't really take pictures. Was there a reason why?
Because I'm old school, one. Number two, there's a bit of shyness when it comes to that. And it had a lot to do with that too. The industry is so uh hard on women in general, you have to have this look and that look. And there was a long time that held me back, you know what I'm saying? Because in my crazy mind, as good looking as I am, okay, okay, in my crazy mind, I fell to, these different things, thinking that if I wasn't exact size or whatever, that people wouldn't receive me. You know what I mean? When I'm a cute girl, you know what I'm saying? And all I gotta do is sing my song, and my gift will make room for me. But when you listen to the cues of society and of people in the industry, well, if you're not a size 2 or whatever these sizes that they said that we were supposed to be, um that had a lot to do with me not taking pictures and stuff like that, because I'm like, well, it's not perfect. You know how these people are so critical on
Yeah.
everything. But I'm to the point now, when you get older, it's a good thing. You just don't care anymore. I'm in my 50s now. If I don't do something now, my life be over. You know how many people didn't even live this long? Okay.
Yeah.
They're gone already. Okay. I can't listen. Mm-mm. I can't, and I just got to the point where, I still don't take a lot of pictures because I'm not used to it, but that's another thing. I need a little help in that. Listen, if I had the right budget, I would have a personal assistant that was, well versed. Sometimes you can find people that are, proficient in the iPhone and a little bit of this, a little bit of that, personal assistant, but can help you with a lot of things. When you have to do everything all by yourself, some things too many things get left by the wayside because you need, and as an artist, you do need a manager or someone to tell you, listen here, girl, you got to do these pictures. You know what I'm saying? I know you're shy. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have that person, so yet.
But then what about just you taking your phone and
because I'm not into to like a lot of people. I just feel like if it's not for a certain purpose, you know, and I don't know. I just fell out of the habit of it because when I was a young person, I used to take pictures all the time, as you see. That's why I have so many pictures from back then. But when you get older, I don't know, you get more self-conscious because, like I said, the industry makes you self-conscious or whatever. And, you know, quite honestly, the fact that, you know, I was disappointed by my album not coming out or them not wanting to, both of them not wanting to take the time out and concentrate on me. You know, in the past I had disappointment. It just kind of make you shrink back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So, and then you shrink back so long, you just get used to it, you know?
Yeah, but as you said, I mean, we're in a sort of a digital era where people are going to say, I mean, most people haven't really seen you before. You know,
I
you
know it.
know, so the first time I interviewed you, I had no idea how you were going to look and stuff, and I was, you know, I've probably interviewed over 110 artists, and I would always say that the first time I interviewed you, I was probably the most starstruck of any interview I've had. I was nervous. I was like, I can't believe this is Tammy Lucas in front of me because I'd never.
You're so funny.
No, I'm serious.
Hilarious.
Anyone say, I'll tell anyone that I've interviewed from Elder Barge and Duff, but I was starstruck when I interviewed you because I'd never seen you in any, apart from a few videos, but never interviews, no the pictures. And then it was your birthday, so I was, I was thinking, is the computer going to die? Is this real? I didn't, you know. So yeah,
That's
so
funny.
yeah, no, but it's tell the truth. You know, I was, you know, the most nervous and starstruck is when I interviewed you the first time. So, but it'd be good to you know, because people, you know, because now we're getting into, you're getting prepared to release a new album, and we need to see Andre 3000 from Outkast. You know, he said he's about to release a new album, and but he wanted to continue living a life of solitude. I just saw the interview today, but his publicist say, look, you can continue if you want to release new music, you have to let people know that you're here, do a few interviews, do a video, but if not, your music will come out, no one will know it's out,
Right.
and the music suffers because you
Right.
haven't
Especially
really
in today's
explained.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, so as you know, it's in order to really get people to like, oh, Tammy, oh my goodness, she's still making music. Yeah, it'd be great when they see you. You know, if you know, this interview we'll get a lot of people talking, but you know, pictures of yourself. Even if you take a selfie or have a friend just take a picture of you in different ways. It's
I think I'm critical too when I do take pictures because, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I could have more jewelry on, or I don't know, better makeup, or whatever the case is, you know. But here's the thing. One of my other things that I want to do, and I have been trying to do, is do some performances, which will solve the mystery riddle of who I am and what I look like. And being that I don't have all of the means that I need at this present moment, that I'm still waiting for, you know, God to send it to me, because that's where everything comes from God, in case people don't know. Through somebody else perhaps, but from God. I say that while I'm waiting, I just met a musician the other day, fabulous bass player and drummer. And I'm going to reach out to him because what I have been trying to do for a very long time, even before I got the idea to put the stuff on YouTube, was to work together with a musician and just go ahead and sing the song a cappella, not with a whole band, but maybe just a bass player, you know, like that, turn out the lights. He could just do dum 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 dum. I don't even need the drums if I don't have it. But I would love to have like a little little band, you know what I'm saying? Just me, maybe just 3 or 4 people, you know what I'm saying? The drums, a bass, of course, a keyboard player or something like that for the chords, you know what I'm saying? But even if it was just me and a guitar player or me and a bass player, because I've seen a lot of people do songs that way. I'm, you know, I could just sing it a cappella if I want to, but
Yeah, if you think
listen, I
about,
have a lot of creative ideas and I want my thing done a certain way. You know what I mean? I don't want it just done the way everybody else does things. There's a lot of people, they just get on, they just start singing. It's wonderful, it's great. But I just feel like as an artist, I should present to my audience in a more professional way, so to speak. So that's the reason why I just don't do things on my own. I haven't, you know, it has a lot to do with the courage to do it too, you know. But and a lot of that is there's the perfection of trying to make it something that is you know, put together, not just on the fly, which a lot of people are so great on the fly. You know what I'm saying? I probably am too, and I'm singing to myself. But then if I don't put the camera on, and that's why I say you can hardly do everything by yourself. You need, you know, I need a Renee Elizondo, okay? When Renee Elizondo came into Janet, I saw that thing with Janet Jackson. She met him, and yes, she was the baby of the Jackson Five, so there wasn't like that was nothing to work with. That was everything to work with. But the fact that he said, "Come on, I'm going to help you," okay? He helped Janet Jackson get to where she had to go. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't going to be the star. You know what I mean? And today is so weird because it's like you might be working with somebody helping you before you know they race up to the there before you get there. It's like, well, I thought you were helping me. You know what I'm saying? So it's
yeah,
tricky. And you just have to find the right people. And that's why I say I pray to God because God sends the right people. That's what he do. He's in the business of sending and putting together the right people. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a matter of time. But I do agree with you. You know, I haven't been visible enough, you know, and I've had people talk to me about this today. They said, you better call that guy back up and do it. I had a lot of people want to do interviews with me, but I just feel like I don't want to be a talker. I want to be a singer. Let me just get back to the singing. You know what I mean?
I mean,
So to sum all that up, I really, even if I don't have the money right away to go record, I don't need to record nothing. I could just sing my songs right now. Okay. If somebody learned it, okay. I'm the type of artist, you could play a song for me for the first time, and in an hour, I'll know that song. I don't give a damn what song it is, okay? Whether it's classical, rock, reggae, whatever. I love all types of music. And I need to work with a musician that's like that because musicians are funny. You know, a lot of them, they only work by, well, how is it in is it in G? Is it in C? I don't know all that. Well, all I know is that listen to it, okay? You can play anything for me. And I'm like my dad. I have an ear for music. And my ear was used a lot when I worked with the Neptunes and with Teddy Riley. They bounced things off of me because they knew that I knew what was dope. You know what I mean? I sat in the studio many times with Teddy too. You know what I'm saying? When he was writing songs, not just for me, but for other people, even songs that I wasn't working on. You know what I mean? To hear what do you think about it? You know what I'm saying? That's a big deal. People want to run things by you and care what you think about it. You know what I mean? That's big. And two, the biggest producers, and like I say, everything didn't go right, but I have to direct this narrative right. The bottom line is that I work with some great people. We did some great things, and now they're gonna get to hear some of them because you know it's overdue. And if I'm going to reach out to this gentleman because I just I had met some other musicians. You know, you meet people. It has to be the right person, not just the work that they're doing, but them, their self, the right energy. You can't sit around a Teddy Riley all them years and don't have the right energy. There people, a lot of people came and went. Okay, Teddy could work with anybody. He didn't have to stick around and work with me. You know why he worked with me? Not just my talent, because I had the right energy. I got along with him and his family. You know, that's why jobs give you a 3-month probation. Your credentials on your resume may say the blah 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 blah, but do you get along with the rest of the people in the office? Okay, because we already got some people here. You're the new one. Okay, you're the new kid on the block. We want you to work with us, but do you get along? Does your mannerisms and sensibilities get along with other people? And Michael Jackson spoke about that. He says, not just your talent, do you get along well with people? I saw him in an interview speak about it, and it's very true, So I say the performances may help because I have some great ideas just to do some like unplugged performances right here in my apartment. I got a place right here, okay? The guy can come here, we can sing, have someone else tape it, okay, even if it's on the iPhone, and load that puppy up, and that's it. That's my next aim for YouTube, and hopefully once I do that, maybe that will garner in the finances that I need. However God's going to send these finances to me, okay? Because the Lord works in mysterious ways. But you're right, you have to do more yourself, and it's just not always that easy, me doing everything by myself. I get caught up in, my daily life, too, and being out of the industry in that respect so much, sometimes I sink back in to, I don't know what, because not doing anything,
Yeah, I mean, there's so many opportunities that you can take, and the one thing I was going to say was the being able to, you do these unplugs, like tiny decks, the little tiny desks that these big artists have been doing it from your living room, your cameras as it is.
There you go. I
Have
don't even need tiny desks. I got my own Harlem tiny desk right here in my place. Okay,
you've got your stuff. You just,
do
as you
my
said,
own
you just
thing.
get
Exactly.
either somebody playing the piano or somebody playing the guitar. And what you start off with is that you start off singing songs that you were well known for, like I like Right Way the Wrong Way. So you're doing those covers. So that started off, songs that we're familiar with, Goodbye Love, Tonight's the Night, Joy. You're doing those kind of versions that, songs that you've written or co-written, Use Your Heart. So you do little 30, 60 seconds of it will be on you on
Exactly.
IG, but the full would be on YouTube, and that's where you own the rights for that, and it generates the views. The channel gets monetized. Then as that builds up, then you are then saying, okay, if you do get an engineer who's helping record those ones, then the live version of Tammy Unplugged can then be streamed, so people can actually download the actual version, and then that's when that'll be the first thing to put out, and then all of a sudden you are able to then finalize putting on your EP, and even doing a video for that could be straightforward, of people getting different clips of you recording at your desk, writing down, and that becomes the backdrop of what you put in. It is so those are very easy, very quick ways of just getting of building things up. We do need to tidy up the your YouTube channel and your Instagram, but that's where the and especially, as I said, if you start to give people the old stuff where, wow, we didn't realize you did that, we didn't realize you did this, and oh, I love that particular track, and you're singing the full stuff, then we start moving into the realm of, okay, now the next would be a full new album, and then you all of a sudden you start to see, actually some people might think, oh, how can we get involved in supporting you on this?
I know it will happen automatically because they'll be able to feel me more. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
The audience, the industry, whoever's looking at Tammy Lucas, whoever they are, listening and looking at me, they begin to really feel me. You know what I'm saying? And really know where I'm coming from as an artist. And the only way that I can best express that is through my music. And like I say, the things you were talking about, some of the past songs, I wasn't really necessarily going to concentrate so much on the past, but I had a great idea for how to visit the past. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, because you do have to do it, like the I like thing. I wanted to do a segment where I basically show you the different tracks. Like I sang to you, those three different notes is what I'm singing on. I like, with Aaron. Aaron all has his own tracks, Teddy has some tracks as well too. But those are my tracks, okay? And they didn't turn them down. They're up. And when you hear, I can hear myself. You don't know my voice, you may not know. But there's a female voice on there I had a lot of great little a lot of great ideas, but I listen, my mother used to always say 2 heads is better than 1, and even in the Bible it says if 2 people come together and agree on something, okay, so when you're doing things all by yourself, you can only go but so fast and so far. And that's the position I've been in for quite a few years. But I feel that, God is promoting me and he's going to bring me into this expansion that I've been praying for.
I mean, as I said, when it comes to getting, people, trustworthy producers, engineers, I mean, the ones that I'm familiar with probably are based out in either LA or Atlanta, even here in the UK, who can work with you on stuff. But I think to start off with would be trying to do that, like this, which will not cost anything. Getting, locally, you may find a local musician.
That's an easy thing. I just found this guy. I had found a guy, not to cut you off. I found another guy. He was so good. But when I started to talk to him, I realized his personality and my personality ain't gonna work together. And that's a lot of things people gotta realize. There's a musician and there's the person who's the talent. You have to get along with people. How you work together. That's very important. You can have all the talent you want in the world, but if we can't hardly get along, how are we gonna get anything done? Or if we don't vibe on the same vibe. With music, that's numero uno importante, because this is what you're doing is music. You may not need the vibe when you're at the office doing administrative work. That might be a different vibe. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to art, music and art, you must go on the feeling. That's all. That's the main heart of the product that you're doing, which is the music. So and I'm very sensitive to that. Always have been. That's why I say, he brought some good people to me. He's gonna bring me some new good people. I found a new musician, and I'm gonna reach out to him. And here's my thing with people. I hear what you're saying about the big producers, but this is what I want to say. You don't need nobody that's known. When I met the Neptunes, they were nobody. And they was dope as I don't know what, okay?
No, it's not about.
And I knew they were dope, okay? I knew they were dope before 1,000 years. You think ahead before they got to, I'm a hustler, baby. I just want you to know, it ain't where I've been. It's where I'm about to go. Before they got to that, okay?
Yeah.
They didn't even hear. They hadn't even got the download for that. I knew they was dope when I saw them on that stage. And I'm saying all that to say, I don't need no big time this and that. I need somebody who got the talent and got the right disposition. That's what I need. Because the person with the talent and the right disposition, we're going to make history. That's it. Yeah. I don't have to have, like I say, I would love to work with Teddy again. I would love to work with Pharrell again. But if I never work with neither one of them again, God, bring me to some new people. Okay, that's dope. That's just as dope as Teddy and Pharrell and Boy Jarvis and Timmy Regisford and Q-Tip and J Dilla. Okay, all big time producers that work with who? Tammy Lucas. You know what I'm saying? And had a good time with Tammy Lucas working with me. So I'm confident in that, but yes, the musician that I ran into, I'm going to reach out to him. I just met him this recently, and through another person that I know who's a musician. I believe he lives in this area, and I'm going to reach out to him. And I can tell he's the type of guy who loves music. We're going to get to work. Okay.
But as I said, the set list would be you have to mix it up with some of the songs that we're familiar with for the first live stuff. You know, it's just as your camera's set up, you're sitting there, they're sitting behind, and you've got the set list. That becomes, and then you chop it up into different things. Yeah.
I'm listening to you, but I wasn't thinking about doing any of those old songs. That's why I put out all those songs on YouTube, because those are a whole bunch of unknown songs that people don't know. And I want to give them more than "Is It Good to You." They already heard that. They know how that song go. And here's another thing I want to say too about it. Not saying that I won't do it, but I'm just going to tell you why I didn't think to do it.
Yeah.
Because in a way, I'm almost like a new artist in a sense, even though I'm not a new artist, because I never had a full album. People don't know the full scope of me. They only know me on features, on one or two songs. You know what I'm saying? And then I say too that during that time, Teddy, Blackstreet, Teddy, all the different Black Streets there was, whatever. Then none of them called me to sing my song. Okay, they was on tour. This, how much money's left on the table for Tammy Lucas? Okay, singing songs with this one, that one, never being in the video. Besides the fact that I didn't get the album to come out, but the point is that the album never happened. They don't even call me in to sing my own part in my own song. That's a lot of money left on the table for me. Okay.
Yeah.
Why they decided to do that, you would have to ask them. I couldn't even speculate at this point. But all I just say is that I just felt like if they didn't call me to do it while the song was out, the only song I may want to do over is Joy. I may sing Joy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tonight's Tonight.
Maybe Tonight's Tonight, because that's a very pretty part, and
Yeah.
I like, of course,
Use
what I
Your
mean.
Heart.
Goodbye Love, of course.
Goodbye
Use Your
Love,
Heart,
yeah.
of course.
Use Your Heart. Turn down the lights. Turn off the lights. Yeah.
Do I want to do Is It Good to You? I don't know. But here's the thing. Here's another thing. These young guys reached out to me, I want to say 2015, 2016, and they had taken Is It Good to You and they chopped and screwed it, okay? And it was so different and it was so cool. So who knows, maybe I might get in touch with them again. They didn't put it out, so they were trying to get sample clearance for me and Teddy. They're unknown group, they never really came out, but they were trying to come out. And I have to play that for you one day, because it was very interesting, and that I would be interested in doing, because oh my goodness, I just feel like,
I mean, if we take it,
I may do a little bit of it. I hear what you're saying. You got to do a little bit of it. The original
as I
way,
said,
the way it goes.
Yeah, the idea would normally, if you think of Babyface, his tour, when he goes on tour, he sings the hits he wrote. He sings Ronnie, he sings Superwoman. He gets somebody to sing.
Oh, he should. Absolutely, because those are his songs that he wrote.
So
Whether
that's what I'm saying is
not.
that, yeah, so, and they're more popular than more popular than the songs that he recorded. So hence, when you're trying to get people to reconnect with you, you start to say, oh, yeah, Teddy started to do that when he was doing his little tours. He'll play Kissing Game and Remember the Time. So that's the same thing as you singing, okay, I'm going to sing Using Your Heart when a boy meets a girl. So because people like, oh, you did that?
Do easy. I would do that easy, because that song almost was my song. And it's so close to the rest of the songs that I was doing for the album for myself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I would do that easy. But, I'm going to take some advice from somebody else, because it's not about when you have people that want to hear things. And like you said, when you're doing business and you want people to be familiarized with your body of work.
Yeah.
Even if you necessarily, that's not your favorite song to do. Like Shaka Khan say, one of those songs, was it Gotta Be There? She said that wasn't necessarily her favorite song to do. The remake, the Jackson 5 did. She said when she did it, wasn't necessarily, she wasn't crazy, but a lot of people liked how she did it. I like everything Shaka Khan did, me personally, but, because after I had OD'd on the Jackson 5 and Michael Jackson, and once Michael started getting a little older, that was the next focus, was Rufus and Shaka Khan for me. Yeah, and I studied Shaka Khan,
I mean, the Black Sweet album sold, went over almost 2 million, and everyone bought Joy, Tonight's the Night, the platinum album with SWV, so we know Use Your Heart. So all of a sudden, and then the fact that most people don't know that you did, Goodbye Love,
Yeah,
what
you
you're
got to do
doing
that. Yeah, yeah,
with
yeah.
what you're doing in the little, because you're not going to the studio to do it, you're singing it at home with a musician.
Exactly.
Then it is, this is your Tammy Lucas Unplugged. That becomes the like everyone the excitement, and then the next thing you hit them with is the original stuff, but you're just building the excitement and getting the like, oh my goodness, Tammy Lucas is back, and we didn't realize she sang this song, we didn't realize, you can always do a story behind it. So before you play it, so let me talk to you about how I came up with Joy. Michael liked it and stuff, and he did that, and all of a sudden you're singing it, and then even Tonight's the Night. So that becomes your live stuff that you record live and you put out on YouTube, that generates the buzz and around the internet. Then at that point, when that's out, you're working on the actual album, getting all the final bits together, and then when you release that up, um even if you're really showing the stuff that you've put out that you love, even singing those ones, it generates the buzz, it gets everything
I
going,
agree.
and then when you're getting the real stuff, so then everyone's like, can't wait to hear the album, the Tammy Lucas album that should have come out with Teddy and the Neptunes, but here it is. It wouldn't exactly be the same track. Even if you re-record a track that you did with Teddy in the 90s, people will go crazy. Like, what? This is a track that you did during the time of Is It Good to You? I mean, that's like, goes crazy. So there is so much that you can do with that. Doesn't cost much. As I said, just getting the musician, getting the cameras set up. It's just making sure the
Yeah.
sound is right, so that it actually becomes really quality. And you actually, if you get a sound engineer who can come and record it, it actually becomes
These are the
almost like a
things
live album
exactly.
that
I
can
need
actually
an
be
audio
streamed.
engineer, exactly. Someone who's proficient in that, whether what no matter where the audio is. This is what I'm saying. I
Yeah,
need a recording engineer, audio engineer, and that could be the same person, possibly. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but
Because
yeah,
sometimes
most, yeah,
you have more than one skill. But here's what I'll say about a lot of that stuff. I probably would do a medley of that, of all of those. Listen, I may sing all of Use Your Heart, because Use Your Heart style of song, and that's why I put out the original version. The original version is more closer to the songs that the real Tammy Lucas songs. But do I want to sing all of Is It Good to You? I don't know. I might want to just put Is It Good to You? Just say, for instance, Is It Good to You? The what song, which is not really a lot of singing in that song, but just say, if you want to just highlight some of this, and then you got once again, once
yeah.
again, my Dukes. I may not want to sing all those songs, but I definitely thought about doing the songs that have already been released to the public as a medley at least, and
But
maybe singing all of Joy, all of Use Your Heart, and Tonight's the Night. Maybe
and turn down the
I'm
lights.
not going to sing all of those songs. I just don't. I'm going to tell you why, because I just want to get to my new stuff. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
the
But
new,
but
yeah,
I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna take advice. And this is why you need two heads is better than one. You understand what I'm saying as an artist?
yeah,
Sometimes you be such an artist head. That's why you need someone with management skill and other skills, because you might be a good artist, but no one knows everything.
yeah. So even with what you can add some additional lyrics. If you would, you took out Norwich stuff, and if you were to just do, just do a verse that you can just write up to the track.
But here's the thing. I've done that with some other Neptune tracks. I don't know if I want to do that with the Nori track. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah. Well, no, because you want people to know that's you. And you
Yeah.
could, and that's during this little segment, like, this song, and then I don't know if the guy can play it on the guitar or keyboard, and then you're just singing, and then you just and then you can just say how that came. But that's the whole story about this Tammy Lucas Unplugged.
Here's another part with the unplugged. As far as a lot of those songs, in my mind, I would probably get someone to create some type of TV track so I could run through the songs. Like I said, the guy that did it for me before, he did like I'll let you hear that. He did a medley of all the highlighted songs, which was Joy, my version and the Levi version, not the Michael Jackson version, but the Blackstreet version with Levi and me. He did Is It Good to You? He did the Noriega. He just kind of mixed them in and out very nicely. So, and that's just, and I was thinking of something like that, you know what I'm saying? They make sort of like a TV track type of thing. And then I can come in and just sing, I don't know, one verse, one hook, boom, move right to the next song, and then the ones that I'm going to sing full out, I'll sing those full out. You know what I'm saying?
But it'll be all unplugged though, because just the whole copyright and stuff. So having it unplugged is quite different. Especially if you're putting it up on YouTube, and it makes it nice. You don't want it to be pre-recorded backing track. You want it to be all.
Oh no, and I don't need it, and that's another reason of me doing unplugged, because I want them to hear my voice raw, how dope it still is,
Yeah.
And definitely. I know that may seem kind of funny for somebody to say about themselves, but the point is that I'm only saying it because I didn't do enough performing. I didn't get a chance to do it and let people hear me, that it's me doing it. You're not just listening to a record, or like you said, the face match with the gift, you know what I mean, and see you doing your gift, and performing your gift. I just didn't have enough opportunity to do that, and I want to take advantage of that definitely now. And after this interview, I'm going to reach out to the man, the musician that I met recently. I can't even think of his name right now because I just met him this week. And I can just tell, or I haven't, didn't have a long conversation, but I could just tell we communicated briefly. I could just tell already he has the right sensibility, because his demeanor on his own thing, you could just tell he's about the music. I'm from an era that it was about the music, not about. It was about the music more than anything else. Yes, put on a nice dress. Yes, have the right shoes and whatever the case is, but if you don't have the music, it don't even matter how cute you look. You know what I'm saying? You got to get that music first. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times in the music industry, they got a lot of characters in the industry, honey. They got the musicians too. That's what's so funny. Sometimes I used to think, oh, they're so serious. They're musicians. Some of them are jive turkeys too. Okay, you you know what I'm saying? You have to. But this guy, I don't know, something about him. I tell you, musically, he definitely got the right sensibilities musically, and the way he seems to carry himself. But you have to meet people. I'm not a virtual girl. You know what I'm saying? That virtual stuff have you think you know somebody, you talk to them a few times. That's not enough to really feel somebody. You know what I'm saying? To know can we rock? Can we rock? Can we build? You know what I'm saying? Beyond just, And so I found one person, and he plays bass and drums, but he can't play them both at the same time. Of course, when you see him on his thing, he records one part of the song doing bass, and then one song doing the drums, and he puts it together, and it's beautiful. But when he's here with me live, he's going to have to pick one instrument, which I think he probably would play the bass. And maybe we'll just do some songs. It could just be me and the bass, me a cappella. Trust me, everybody can't. I'm only saying that to say that a lot of people in this industry needs things on their voice. I don't. That's all I meant dope in that way. You know what I'm saying? I have my own tone. I have my own style. It's unique. No one else has ever had it. You know what I'm saying? And I haven't been out enough for people to influence a generation. Hasn't been enough of Tammy Lucas to influence him in that way. You know what I'm saying? So I think I just know people like it. From the stuff that I put out, I could tell they'll like it. But yes, a medley I think would be great for like I said,
also
you've got you, and a lot of those little features where it's not that much that I'm singing. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to invest writing more into everything. I got so much beautiful songs that's in the can you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, but you also have to be ready for. Yeah, Tracy Spencer recently just reappeared, um, after many years, and you have to be prepared. Like, okay, So when you're doing all this stuff, and the ball rolls, you're going to be ready for if somebody calls you up and says, "Hey, can you come and do a feature on this track? You can come and do a show here." That's you promoting the stuff. So that's going to be like, okay, I'm ready for this, and getting all this stuff in place like this, like getting the final touches to your album, also getting the unplugged ready. You can record the unplugged at any time. You don't have to. You can.
No,
You
you don't
can.
need a big budget for that. You're right about that.
No,
You
but
know,
also with the releasing, you can. That's when the biggest thing is always recording the content. Then you edit it, where it doesn't go out all at once. It's like little all the songs individually, breaking it up into little sections. Very much like this interview where, I won't just put it all out. I put it out
they
over
have a part
10 or
one.
so, because it's like you want people to appreciate what they're listening to. Because if you put it all at once, people are like, okay, I'll come back next week and finish it up. So you do have that opportunity, but that's, then also using your Instagram as well, because that's where the industry people kind of pay attention. And
Yeah,
they,
I'm gonna
yeah.
have to post there and TikTok, and I'm not a big TikToker, but
Well, I think TikTok is it's a little bit different. It has a different generation, a different market, different audience. I mean, that's where you put out your live stuff. But if you want to get
yeah, the
people
live
within the
stuff. That's
industry,
what I meant.
if you want people within the industry to say, "Oh, Tammy's out, so okay, let's try and work with her and stuff," that's the Instagram. Then YouTube is where you get all your fans who like haven't seen you or heard from you in a long time, being able to check your stuff out. So, I guess you know. What we may have to start looking at is your YouTube page, not just the actual profile name, but also the banner and everything, and making sure that it's tidied up where people know that this is the actual page, even description of who you are and all that stuff. A little
Yeah, I
small.
was working on that with somebody, and I said not to cut you off. Like I said, I'm working on something else. Just right quick, just to interject, I'm working on a documentary about my father's music career. Okay, my father, like me, you know what I'm saying? Well, definitely, he's probably more known than me, but the point is that he wasn't the front artist. He was a drummer and a musician. So, of course, he played but the bottom line is that my father has a very interesting story. He played with the top people in the industry at that time. He was sought after, sort of like me, but more so than me.
Mhm.
And I want to honor my father and do a documentary. So that's something else I'm working on. But I'm saying all that to say that I need an administrative person that's administrative in the sense of I already know what I need. Like I said, once I have the funds, then it'd be easy for me to find people, because sometimes when people come in and they're not getting paid, they have other motives. And I just don't want to deal with drama. I just feel like you
Yeah.
pay a person, they come in, they do the job, and that's it. And not saying that even when you pay people, you don't get drama. But my point is that I wanted an administrative person. I just started a Instagram page for my dad. I only put up one picture. I have so much other stuff that I want to put, memorabilia and stuff. I haven't done it yet. So I want someone to assist me in that. And then the thing is that like my dad, my dad worked with King Curtis and Cornell Dupree and Dionne Warwick, and all these people they have a Wikipedia pages where it tells who they are. I was just looking at King Curtis. Me and my friend was talking about it because I'm speaking to another friend that's helping me put it together. He has some friends at Berkeley Music in Boston, and they know about my dad. And when you get into those real musicians, they're into that. They know no more about them than I do. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And anyway, it's in the early talks, but the bottom line is that I need someone to help me get those things facilitated. I need a Wikipedia page myself, but one for me, one for my dad. It's all going under me. My father
Mm.
passed away, like I said, in 2017. And he has a very interesting story. Like me, you know, he was disappointed in the industry, and but he gave up at some point. He just gave it up, and it's a very, you know, heartbreaking story. As talented as he was, and this, that, and the other, but some things came into play, and it knocked my father off his square. Okay, and he never recovered from it. Okay, and my father was a great musician, was well known, never had any drama with anybody or anything. Okay, other things come into play. I mean, and it's not necessarily the music industry, it's life. You know, certain things happen in life. You know what I'm saying? Some people go to jail. We didn't go to jail. This is what happened to us. You know what I'm saying? Different things happen to different people. You know what I'm saying? Some people, you know, bad things happen to good people all the time. And sometimes they're not just bad, they're just things that you didn't want them to happen. You know, maybe, like I say, I believe in God. Maybe God took us down this road for a reason. You know, God tests you and tries you and teaches you things. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that they don't always taste sweet. You know what I'm saying? But he wants you, but he's taking you down that road for a reason, because he wants you to think differently about what's going on. You know what I mean? And I've learned that. So, but like I say, he has a wonderful story, and he worked with a lot of great people, played on a lot of great music, and I want to honor him in that way. So that's another thing that I'm going to be working on as well, you know, and I'm excited about that, as well as my album. Those are two main projects I want to put out: the Tammy Lucas album and the Ray Lucas documentary. You know, so like I say, I got a bunch of ideas. I don't know about everybody else, but you know, I have a lot of ideas to go. All I need is the money, okay?
Yeah.
And then I can call this one and say, come on, I need to do this. And like I said, administrative stuff, get all my social media right, get everything. I know what I know, but I don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I mean,
I
as I
need
say, we
help
have.
in those areas.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's you know, we'll start to see. I mean, I guess if after outside of this interview, what we could probably start to do is it'd be good just to have start listing down the priorities, the calendars, the what you want done, having a timeline, because it then, if you put it down like, okay, by January I want to be able to have recorded the unplugged. It doesn't mean that it goes out in
Oh yeah, I
February.
definitely want to do that by yeah,
Yeah,
by
and so
January,
by
February. I want to have. I already got a ring light. I bought some of the little things on my own, because I know it doesn't take but so much to do it. You could just
yeah,
almost get a stand for your iPhone and sit it over there, you
yeah,
know. But it'd be nice if me and the other musician, while we're singing, somebody can hold the daggone phone. You know what I'm saying? Or if we wanted to have two angles of it, one from the ring light and one from someone else, you know, or the audio engineer or whatever. So just making sure that you know,
yeah.
but
I mean, as
we
I
work
said,
with what we got. Whatever God give us, that's what we're gonna get it done with. Okay, because a
yeah.
lot of times you think you need so much, and it's more simpler than you think it is.
Hey, if you think about when I started off, I just used my work laptop, which used to crash, but then it after it built up, then I got my school laptop and got a ring light and camera, but it's I and editing has improved, but it's that it's still the same basic stuff. I don't need to go into a studio to make it in. You just start and build around it. So the sound isn't bad. It's not going to be live, so it doesn't echo feedback. I've interviewed a family who sang live, and unfortunately there was too much feedback. But this is not going to be live. So when you pre-record it, you can check it out. So I'm thinking
Yeah,
you can go
yeah.
live, you can release the unplugged, say around February, then you're looking at March, spring, or with trying to get your own original music out, but you've already built a buzz and a following, and everyone knows to check out your stuff. So that looks like the time frame, but we can start to quietly look around that and try and see, as I said, engineers to support you with trying to finish up your original stuff as well. But that's where, as I
Yeah,
said,
and it could be somebody young, like I said, you know. I just need someone with the talent. You just never know who that person is sometimes. Sometimes they're a person who they haven't reached their point of success. And I've been lucky enough to work with Teddy early on in his career with the Neptunes before they did. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm just seem to be a magnet for finding people, you know,
yeah,
when they're in the process. You know what I mean? But they have the talent. The talent is there, you know,
yeah,
and like I say, that's my number one goal, is to find the person with the talent and the right sensibility to get along with, you know, me and whoever the other people that's going to be working with us to put the production together, and you can
yeah,
just get it done, because and really it's just a matter of I was working with one guy before, you know, I had the guy Miles, but then, you know, that didn't end up working out because, you know, he wasn't invested enough, you know, for whatever reason, you know what I'm saying? And I met him because he was working with another act, you know, although I actually knew him from Harlem too. But the bottom line is that you have to find somebody that wants to do it. I don't want to get somebody that you know, they have to want to do it, you know what I mean, and have a passion for it. That would be optimum, to find somebody that have a passion for that particular part of it, you know what I'm saying, and get it done. And it
yeah,
would be so easy. I was trying to get, what I was going to say was, I was trying to get Miles to help me put a small band together. I've been trying to do that for, oh my God, it seemed like the last, it's been a long time, the last at least 7 years, you know what I mean? Because I figured, you know, I had a place I could practice, I could, you know, but I just, I don't know. It just seemed to fall on deaf ears with him. You know what I mean? And like I said, I had a lot of other things that were going on in my life, as far as having to take care of my family when they were ill and that thing.
yeah,
So I couldn't stay on top of it like I normally would have if I, you know, I didn't have all those other uh, things that I had to do. But I always said that, because I said to myself, if people just hear me, then that would pull them into me more. You know what I'm saying? By feeling me right there singing the song like everybody else that they go and watch and listen to. And then I said it'll take it. But I like your ideas, and definitely I'm going to reach out to the gentleman after we speak today. He doesn't know, because I didn't really talk to him about that. It's just that I noticed that he you know, he impressed me with his talent, and I said, you know, he looked like somebody that I could work with. I have to find out if he's here. I think he's here on the East Coast. I don't even know if he is or not. I have to find it. That would be optimum too, you know. Just like when I met Teddy, ended up coming. We were in Brooklyn when we met, because that's where Uptown Records was. That one of the Brooklyn or someplace else, because he had two locations.
yeah,
But and I have so many interesting things to do. Like, people don't realize I have the T-shirt that Michael Jackson gave me. Don't hold up the project T-shirt that he gave. I have my Uptown T-shirt from Uptown Records. Okay, I have like a lot of crazy memorabilia. So that's like another thing that I want, maybe concentrate on at one point, just to share that. I don't know if I just want to put it on Instagram or how I want to do it, but at some point I'd like to share a lot of those things just to show. I have my original Keith Haring poster that he did for the Paradise Garage. The Paradise Garage was so cool. They used to give you like little trinkets and stuff, and Keith Haring did a poster. It wasn't for Grace Jones, but it was for something. And he did a poster of this man. And I can't explain it, but anyway, I still have my original poster, okay, which I'm
okay.
gonna have framed, you know. But the point is that I have a lot of great memorabilia from, you know, my days
Yeah. I
with
mean, I guess the idea is to hone in on this one small things going forward. So just as we just finally just thinking about when you are ready to say, okay, I'm coming out, and I want people to know that this is a new, you know, I'm about to bring out my music and stuff. You definitely then would need to get a couple of pictures out there. And it might be even recording little small videos like, yep, here's Tammy from, this is what my plan is. Having all those things. So that means your Instagram page becomes a very different setup. Your YouTube channel then reflects that. The performances come in there. So you're pretty much almost building up before you bring out any new stuff. You're really testing the waters, getting people to recognize, okay, Tammy's coming out. Wow, this is unexpected. But as I said, we can do a lot of this offline just to, I can go through both your Instagram and your YouTube and just give suggestions and ideas. And then we, strategize with timings and stuff. So that it then seems to be, it then feels as if actually this is really happening. And so those are kind of things that we can probably start to look at and stuff. And, there'll be countless singers out there who would be honored to be able to say, oh, let's do a virtual duet kind of thing, just to tie in together that actually, well, Tammy's coming out and stuff. A lot of that.
And here's the thing about, not to cut you off, here's the thing about a lot of stuff. I've seen what a lot of other people do. Like one girl said to me, oh, Tam, you can do the hip hop thing. I can't do the hip hop thing. And I'm going to tell you why. I never had an album out, never went on tour with none of these people. I don't have the same background in that respect where, I have a lot of unique ideas. And that's why I say to you, I think of myself a lot of times as a new artist, and just say, for instance, if you didn't, this is how I feel about myself. If you didn't know that I worked with Teddy, wrote a song with Michael, helped, discover the Neptunes and blah, 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 took them under my wing and all that I did, got them there first. If you didn't know that about me, it doesn't matter. I just feel like I have a tonality that people, that resonates with people. I know I do now. You know what I'm saying? To be quite honest with you, there's something that I've always known about myself. It's just like anybody else. You think about Venus and Serena. They know how to play tennis. They know that's what they know because not just because their father taught them, but it's something that they embraced. You know what I'm saying? And they got into tennis, and tennis got into them.
Yeah.
That and that's what it is with me and my music. So a lot of times when I say, oh, I don't want to do the old stuff, I kind of feel like Michael Jackson when he got on the stage in Motown 25 and he told his brothers, yeah, those are the old days. Okay. But he did do the songs. As much as everybody knew the songs, he did do it. And you're right, because it's not always about what you want. It's a business thing, and it goes with what the fans want. And it helps to bring a fuller scope. So I get what you're saying, but I kind of feel like even if people didn't know anything about that, I could be a brand new person and just come out with something. I just feel that where I am and where my music, God had blessed me for my music to evolve, they're going to like it.
Yeah, no, definitely.
They're going to like it.
Yeah, definitely. But
because I'm a music lover. And when you hear me, you hear that. And that's one thing I know you hear about me, it's not about me. It's about the music. You know what I mean? Today, the time we live in, people are so into themselves, them. That's great. But I'm about the craft. I'm about the art of music. It's such a blessed gift that God gave us, music. There's some people that can't even hear, you know what I mean? So they don't even get the opportunity to hear a Quincy Jones or a Chopin or a Bach, name anything, Stevie Wonder, a Bob Marley. I love it all. I really do. You know what I mean? I was just listening to some music last week. When I was a young girl, my mom took me down to the village and she turned me on to the village, and I was working at some stores down there. And when I went to one store, the lady played all day Charlie Parker, Billie Holiday, Diana Washington. This is a white lady that ran the store. It was an antique store. And when I left that store, I knew all of those songs. I went out and they were all on the Verve label or whatever. Went out and found those albums. I still own them to today. They're on cassette. Then I worked at another place, Canal Jeans, that was down further down. It was part of Soho. It wasn't called Soho then. And they had a sound system at the place. Canal Jeans was a wonderful store. It was a store that was for the whole family. You come in and they had secondhand clothes on the outside and a lot of secondhand, because that was the style back in the 80s, you know, secondhand clothes and things like that, army things and just different things. And then they had some new stuff too, and a lot of, you know, buttons was a big thing. You know, it's a different time. You know what I'm saying? Punk rock era. When I went to that store, they had a soundtrack, and that's all I heard was Billy Idol, Tears for Fears. I learned all of that music there. They didn't play any R&B. I had to go home to hear WBLS. They didn't play that at that place, okay? So I've been educated in such a unique, special way, you know, with a lot of great music. And I'm a music lover. That's all I have to say. I just am. It doesn't make a difference what song I make. I still love so many other people's music and get so much enjoyment from. I was just listening. It took me back. I was like 16 or 17 when I worked at that store. And it took me back to all those great songs. Rod Stewart, you know, all of the music was great at that time. Talking Heads. There's just so many groups. I can't even name them all. Okay, all the punk rock groups. I love the time that God brought me into the world, because woo, the music has just carried me. It really has.
Yeah, and compared to what we're getting now, so but I mean, I was thinking what we will do is offline. It would be to start working out a sort of a plan just to see how we can get this going. I mean, as I said, there's going to be a lot of excited people who will be really keen, and but we need to make sure it's done right, and so yeah. So I mean, yeah. So I'll set up an opportunity to get in touch with you offline and start
Thank
to
you so
see
much for
and start to
offering to
plan.
help me.
Yeah, no,
I appreciate that, because I need help.
yeah, don't worry. I mean,
I
as I
do.
said,
You can't do everything by yourself.
no, and I started doing a podcast with two other people, Stevie and Sheldon, because I do everything on Halftime Chat by myself, but I wanted to be able to be in a space where I can just be myself with other people just chatting with me, and so I just they agreed to join me in doing something twice a week for us to have a chance, so you don't feel isolated, and so
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff where I know that then they're going to be when we start talking together about how to support you on your journey. I know that they're going to be like-minded people who would be all but willing to say, how can we help you realize your dream of getting your album out there? So that would be the plan. And so it'll be, and you'd be surprised how many people are just dying to be able to get to hear a full Tammy
Yeah.
Lucas album.
I would but now, you know, like I say, I'm older now and I'm wiser. And I just sense that, you know, and I've read a lot of things and listened to a lot of things, and I realize, you know, sometimes you can get stuck on one person or one situation, thinking that there aren't, but there's so many people, like you said, that God could connect me with, that are on the same wavelength that I'm on.
Yeah.
But being that I'm not being visible enough,
Yeah.
that's what's stopping me from connecting with them sooner, or, you know, and that's why I say the Holy Spirit moved me in my shy self to go ahead by myself, you know, because there's still nobody here telling me, hey, you know, when my mother was alive, my mother pushed me. You know, she knew I'm her only child. I'm a only child. I don't have brothers and sisters, you know. So, you know, when you grow up with brothers and sisters, it's a different dynamic. They push you in different ways, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? But when you're an only child, you know, like I say, my mother used to push me, and she's not here anymore. You know what I mean? She would push me to do certain things, you know, because the Pisces can be a real hermit, you know. And me growing up as an only child, I love to spend time by myself. I'm not like a lot of people who have to have people around all the time. I'm good. That's why I do my best writing that way. They give me the track and I go by myself and soak in that track. That's my formula. I soak it in on my own, whether it take a day, 2 days, and then by then I have something.
What, as I said, I will try and put together plan stuff for you, and like, you know, get your buy-in, and then you know, we'll start checking it out, get other people in, you know, whether it's somebody to do a written article with you, you know, interview you written, and then write up an article and start building it
Here's
from
the
there.
thing. This is my only thing that I like to say, because I just want to do my thing differently. Like I said, I've been watching and listening to a lot of people, and what I find with a lot of people today, it's a lot of interviewing, a lot of talking, and I just feel I'm different from those people in the respect of people did albums, they don't want awards. I just feel like Tammy Lucas need to get to singing. That's the only thing that I need to do
Yeah,
is sing and record.
yeah.
Save the rest of it for later, because I am behind. I'm behind with that. You know what I'm saying? All this, I don't. Uh, as you see, I don't even do a lot of interviews. You know what I'm saying? I only did a few because I just feel like, what is there to talk about? You didn't even get your album out yet. You do that first. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, a lot
And
of
here's the thing too. I don't want to turn into a constant talker. I see that's I don't have a passion for it. I really do not. I'm talking with you, as you see. I can't stop talking because I am a gabbler. But my point is that I want to get to singing. I want to be like the singers of my day, like the Nancy Wilson, and those people. They put on a beautiful outfit, they get on stage, sing that song, and go home. Okay. I mean, not saying that I don't want to do a few interviews, but I'm sorry, I don't buy into this overextending that they do today in the music industry. I don't. And here's the thing: if God bless me with enough money just to pay my rent, and so be it. Because I saw something with Pink, and she was on a trapeze flipping around. I'm not doing none of that. Okay. I don't have no desire to do any of that. Okay. And people have to realize I'm not 20 and 30. You know, the music industry will come in and they have a million ideas for you. But if you don't have a sense of yourself, you'll be doing a whole bunch of stuff, because, you know, it's just this is what I really like, is me too. I spent so much time at the hospital taking my aunt and my father, and they had different things. And what I realized is when you go in emergency, they don't know what's wrong with you. That's why they do a bunch of tests. They test. And I feel like the industry is that way. And sometimes they don't know what to do with you. So the formulas that have worked for this artist, they pick from that and they say, hey, slap that on her today, see if that works. And then they just keep doing stuff to see what sticks. But I just feel like, for me, as a mature woman, I'm a mature lady at this point. I'm not no girl. I'm a woman, a full grown woman. You know, I have life experience. You know, I already know what's going to work for me. And I'm going to tell you right now what's going to work for me. I have a clear picture of it. Me conducting myself like the singers of yesterday, like a Ella Fitzgerald, like a Dionne Warwick, like a Nancy Wilson. Do the main work. Find the songs that are great songs. Get together with the producers, whoever wrote the song, whether I wrote it or somebody else wrote. Somebody could write me a song too, because I love too much other music that I didn't write. Okay. Get together, do it, put on a great outfit, and sing the song. And just off the top, I already have a vision for myself doing like a couple of small clubs here and there. Let me tell you something. Michael Jackson didn't like touring. Touring ain't fun unless you touring ain't fun unless you just don't want to be home. I'm a homebody. Okay. I like to be home. So, and I'm saying that to say that it would be easier for me to tour in my area. I don't know if I want to go all over the world at this time in the world where some people are having war. And what happens with what I find with the record company and with people, they just start, you know, you get an agent, that's their job to think of, hey, she could do this, hey, she could do that, she could do this, she could do that. I'm not doing all that. Okay. I'm doing what I want to do. So I just help people, and I think that, like I say, the main thing for me to do, start singing. People need to hear me singing, whatever it is, okay? Even if it wasn't my song, okay? They need to hear me singing, because that's what singers, that's what my mother said. I don't know how you're going to sing if you're going to be shy. A singer is supposed to sing.
Yeah.
And I have been remiss in doing that in my career. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I feel like I should just be singing all the time for the next 2 or 3 years, you know, and you know, and hopefully that will garner in the means and things for me to do my album and all that type of stuff. I need to be singing, because that's what singers are supposed to do. Whether you sing in church for free, or whether you sing for money, or whether you sing trying to get your career, you should be singing. So that I'm definitely going to do. The next thing is contact that gentleman.
Yeah.
And he works with a lot of musicians, so he probably can find another musician that we may want to work with.
Yeah, if you can, yeah. If so, as I said, I'm going to summarize a lot of what we said today and email it to you, and so then almost like a sort of an action plan to see what your thoughts, and then so we can take it from there. But yeah, so the idea would be within the next 6 months, an unplugged and at least a new single that's out ahead of a new the long awaited Tammy Lucas album. So, but how that 6 months will look like from December till
now
to June, or to May, June. That's what I'll try and summarize and send to you, and then you can tailor it and you can modify it and stuff, and then we start looking for the people that can support the vision that you have. You may look at the timeline. So that's stuff that I said I'll take away from what we've done here, and I'll do a summary and email it to you, and then whatever you agree on, then we can definitely go from there. But the first part of this interview, I'm sure people will be excited, especially the questions you answered, and being able to see you. And then the next phase from your point would be, taking a few selfies, or getting somebody to take pictures of you outside, and then we just build from there, because that's not the hard. That's the easiest part. Is just
I'll try to get some more pictures taken soon.
Okay.
That's why I always post old pictures, because I figure people want to see something, and I have so many good old pictures to post. When I was, I didn't really have.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take your phone and take the selfies and stuff, we just need a handful.
You say that, but it's so funny when I look at the picture, I might say, "Oh my goodness, something, or whatever." But I have to start getting into it more. I like I said, there's still that. I don't know, some type of self-consciousness. I don't know what it is. It's some way that I feel that I have to be perfect, and I think also too, it's not just that. It's a part of the fact that, it's same thing with Andre 3000 was saying. When you live a private life, that's what sometimes you say, well, why does a person do this? There's some reason that you're doing it that I didn't maybe, push harder or jump out of it. That especially in this era, I do appreciate that part of my life, because I'm not one of these people. Even normal people today feel like they're not even in the entertainment business. They just share everything, friends, family, different people. So in that respect, I feel like less is more. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to share, everything. I just want to share the entertainment part of myself as an entertainment. And I want to keep my personal life personal, you know what I mean? But like you said, you've had some great ideas, and look how the Holy Spirit worked. You offered to help me. I didn't even have to ask you. And this is being under the umbrella of God. God will make people want to help you. And there you are. You offered to help me, and I am going to, much obliged, take your help, sir. You know what I want to ask you? When's your birthday? What's your zodiac sign?
So so the 3rd of February.
Oh, you're Aquarius.
Aquarius, that's what so yes.
Aquarius.
Yes, the 3rd of
No, I
February.
just like to know, and I know, a lot of religious people, which I consider myself to be spiritual, I follow the way, of God, the gospel of Jesus Christ, and I believe in his Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I'm not Catholic. I am, a follower of the Holy Scriptures, which is the Bible, and they switch it around so much. So sometimes you have to be more specific about what it is. But I
Yeah.
just say that to say that I know a lot of people, they don't dabble in horoscopes and this, that, and the other because, but I don't pick it as something that
Yeah.
I'm
No,
not
so I know
praying
I'm
for
an
the
Aquarius.
horoscopes. I just ask because it's just a sort of an interesting trivia type of thing I like to find out about people,
Yeah, no,
because I
it's
still do believe that when a person is born a certain time of the year and certain aspects are happening when, and it's not just your sun sign, it's all of when people really get into it and you have your natal chart done, then you see the different, what was going on when you came into the world, special things. So
yeah,
for that purpose, I'm interested in it. And I always like to know because it sort of gives you a gauge of what personality to expect.
yeah. I mean,
Somewhat, not all the
somewhat,
way,
yeah, and
somewhat,
yeah, yeah.
right.
But as I said, for me, as I said, I always, I wished I was Teddy's general manager at Little Man Future, and would have, my ideas of all the albums that should have been released and the videos and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But the creativity hasn't disappeared. And been doing this for the last 3 years, and making relationships with recording artists and producers and writers and singers like yourselves, and be able to say, well, like a jigsaw puzzle, well, I've got good relationship with this person, and I can see how working together to give the fans what they definitely need, and putting on shows together. I mean, it's infinite possibilities, but we're taking it one step at a time. And so, as I said, tomorrow I'll summarize. Thursday, Friday, I'll summarize what we've been discussing, and have a little outline for you. You have a look, you make a decision, and then we find like-minded people who are going to help you utilize that dream of the debut Tammy Lucas album.
Tammy Lucas album.
The debut Tammy Lucas album. So,
Finally coming
yeah.
out.
So that would be,
2024. Let's go.
2024, definitely. So we will work towards
2024.
that.
Let's go.
Well, it is a little bit it is about yeah, after 1 a.m. here. And so I
Went
will
long.
we will park here. But then, as I said, I'll send up the email, and we'll start working towards
Thank
that.
you again,
On
Nnamdi.
your side would be to talk to the musician, find someone, and then that's phase one will be in place, and then we start planning from there on and stuff. But thanks for
Sounds good
reaching
to me,
out
Nnamdi.
again, and it's good and thanks for answering some of the questions and stuff. So, but I'm 2024, the debut album. Yeah, I can't wait for that,
Yeah,
and we're
I'm
going to work
excited.
towards that as a collective. So, yes.
I'm excited. Definitely.
Pictures. That would be helpful. It's a
Yes, sir.
because this is it
You
is because
see, now I
it
have you to remind me, and sometimes it's not even a push, but just somebody to constantly remind you, you got to do it. You got to do it. It's important, you know. So
yeah. I mean, as I said,
I'll try to, and I have some stuff. So I'll look through what, because I've definitely taken pictures during that
Yeah,
time. But
recently, I'm not talking about back in '92 or so.
no, I know what you're saying. And then last year too. Yeah,
Okay.
but generally I'm not like a lot of people who, like, I have young women in my family. They're like most of the young people. They're constantly taking pictures, constantly. Okay. I don't have time for that. I got other stuff to do. You know what I'm
Yeah, no,
saying?
but as I said,
But
this,
I do have to take some because we're in a visual world, and you're absolutely right. It's not like it was before.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's definitely more needed. So
I mean, this interview will go out um from I would say from Monday all the way to mid-December. It will probably be almost 20 episodes. In the midst of that, it'll be great having.
you funny. That's because I was talking so much.
No, no,
I
but
gave you a lot to work with, right?
no. I mean, if you think about it, I spent less
That's
than
funny.
yeah. I mean, because I had yeah, I hadn't yeah. So I mean, if you hadn't called me, and as I said, yeah, I'm prioritizing this, and but I'd like to do it in small pieces and stuff. But yeah, it'll be great to do that. But in the background, we're we're planning ahead for the unplugged and the debut album and all that stuff. So that would be it. Really. I mean, I've always tried to, and then even trying to get some spot dates here and there. So I mean, I'm really looking forward to doing that. So that's exciting to me, just working, supporting you with like-minded people to make sure that not just your dream but a lot of your fans, the dream is, wow, Tammy, somebody talked about that the track you did, where, and I'd never heard of your debut out track that you did with Teddy back in 1990 or so. So people have different things. So we had no internet, no social media, but we
Right,
we
back
we
then.
knew
Right.
we knew about a lot of the things that you did. When you did that once again with a Tribe Called Quest, we were excited, like, wow, Tammy's finally coming out with stuff. I mean, we didn't know what was happening behind the scenes, but when we saw you with that, so I don't think many of us knew your connection with the Neptunes. I think most of us just saw from Teddy. We really saw you with a tribe, and unless you really were into SWV or Total, you wouldn't have realized that you got involved in writing that stuff because your name didn't appear on the album credits, but it does show that you did the vocal production and stuff. So, but so yeah, we were looking out for a lot of things. So, but anyway, I'm not going to say that's the past. We've got so much more to look forward to going tomorrow. I had one of my young patients that I had today, and I said to her that today is the first day of the rest of her life. What happened yesterday is gone. Today's the first day of the rest of her life. So we can always
All
plan.
about the now. Exactly. All
Yeah.
we have is now.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
even though I'm a big nostalgic person and I love to go back, but
oh, yeah.
you're right. All we have is now,
Yeah. So
in the
we
moment,
celebrate the past, and that's where the unplug helps to tie in the past as we prepare for the future. And so that's how it's all
Yeah.
going to be connected. So we're going to celebrate the past to tie into the future, because then you bring in the fans, like, wow, this, that's why you have, yeah. So anyway, there's a lot that we to do, but I'll send an email tomorrow, well, on Friday, summarizing an action plan, and then we'll start taking it from there.
It sounds good. And again, I thank you for the interest to
Yeah.
even want to interview me. And I also thank you for the help because you know, I see what you're doing, and you definitely uh, have a lot of great ideas. So,
Well, you help put that on the album liner notes and on
oh,
your,
I will. I'm
yes.
good like that. I'm not like some people. I can even, like I said, the guy who introduced me to Boy Jarvis, his name was Ernie Kendall. He passed away. Very nice guy. He was a friend of mine. And if it wasn't for him, he's the one that helped me start my professional career. He introduced me to Boy Jarvis, to Timmy Regisford, and to Larry Levan. And my career was born out of the Paradise Garage because from knowing people there, that's how I met him at the garage, and then he knew I sang, and he introduced me to them. I knew who Timmy Regisford, but I didn't know who Boy Jarvis was, you know. And then they were doing the Peach Boys, and you know, a lot of other artists besides myself. You know what I'm saying? So, no, I don't forget about people. I'm not one. I'm one of those people. I don't forget about people because I just feel like God places these people in this time, you know, this time, that time, whenever it was. He put them there to be a help to you, you know.
Yeah.
But they didn't have to answer the call, though. Some people got the call and they didn't answer it. They shut the phone down. Okay.
Yeah.
Too many people didn't answer the call, you know. So when they do answer the call, even though it's compelled by God, God is in control still. God give each of us our own personal will, okay? And
Yeah.
that's where, you know, where we have the will to do it or not do it, you know. And for the people who answer the call and they are there for people when they ask, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
A beautiful thing.
And as I said, by saying put it on the album, that means I'm expecting the you know, we're going to call it into existence the Tammy Lucas album 2024, and there'll be no it's and maybes. It will, you know, as long as yeah. So, but there's a stuff in between before we get there, but you know, trying to get all that together, that would
You
be
have to thank the people that helped you. If you don't thank the people that help you, who are you gonna thank? You know what I'm saying? Of course, you thank the fans, but you wouldn't have any fans if the people didn't help you to get to do it and get the stuff and get it together, you know?
yeah.
And that's why I always thank Chatty that, listen, I was a girl. I used to buy the Right On magazine. I loved the Jackson 5 with all my heart. And so I remember when I first learned about Michael Jackson, you know, and I loved him so much. And then when Michael began to get a little bit older and he had the album, you know, Music in Me, you know, you could tell how sensitive, how sensitive he was as a child. A lot of people, they think of Michael Jackson when he's older. I know him since he was a kid. He has a sensitivity. That's why he became the greatest artist that he became, because Michael, he locked into the sensitivity of music, you know, and the power that it had. And I just say, that Right On had a picture of Michael Jackson. I put that picture on my wall, okay? And I kiss that picture every night, okay? Without fail. I kissed it every night too, where the lips was at. I guess, you know, from my mouth, it had rubbed off the color of the picture. And then I finally had to take it down. I tried to be loyal to him, you know, but I said, we got to get a new picture. But anyway, I was getting older. And I thought about that the other day. And I said, maybe that's why God let you meet him later on and write a song. I wasn't thinking that was going to really happen for me necessarily. You know what I mean? But when it did, and even after it did, I didn't even really absorb it fully. It's crazy. It's crazy that I didn't absorb that. You know what I mean? But anyway, I absorbed it now, and I'm very, very happy to God that He let that happen for me. And Teddy was he was my friend and my colleague, and he shared that experience with me. And thank you, God. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Well,
Right?
Tammy,
Kissing that picture every night, and something happened when you put that type of energy. It happened way later on, but God knew how much I love Michael Jackson. He knew.
yeah. I mean, that's an amazing story. But we've we've got an unplugged and an album to get completed within the next
Let's
6 months.
go.
So
The girl is ready.
Yes, definitely.
Always ready. Ask them all. They always know me. I'm always ready to do music. Ask them. That's my reputation. Let's go. Especially if it's some good music. Let's go. I want to be in the band.
Yes.
You know, I don't care if I'm singing background or singing alto, soprano. Just let me be a part of that beautiful piece of music. You know what I mean? I used to be in the choir when I was a young girl. It's such a beautiful thing to sing in the choir with a lot of other voices, you know? Yeah. So we're going to get it done. But, you know, again, I thank you so much, Nnamdi. And I did look at some other pages and see that I didn't even put a description underneath there. So I was working on a description, and I'll send it to you. I made 2 of them. I thought one was too long, but I said, but then people don't know. But when you send me your stuff, I'll send you some stuff back.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah,
And
as I said,
I would like to get your feedback on it, before I post it. And this is exactly what I'm saying, to have another brain. Like my mother say, two heads is better than one. Okay. Now I have another brain that I can pass something off to, and you tell me someone who's doing this, you know what I mean? And you can tell me what you think about it. Should I shorten it? Should I make it longer? Or, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, as I said, yeah, first would be the sort of the outline, the plan, and then the next would be looking at the channel, then being able to go live, no, not go live, but almost share the screen so I can show you, okay, change this, the name of the channel, the put a description in so that it actually then and so, but yeah, we'll go take through stages. So I'll send, even though I'm a therapist, but I my background was finance and marketing and business, and I incorporate both of them, and so visually,
Wonderful.
yeah, so visually and mentally, sort of, yeah. So
and Aquarius people, the ones that I know, I have a lot of Aquarius women, and a few Aquarius women in my family, and I've been best friends with a lot of Aquarius, and they are very insightful people. That's what I know about Aquarius.
Yeah, as I said, there's a lot of ideas, but I'm also very methodical. Like, we have to start from here, and here's the big picture, but here are the things that we have to make sure we fill in and stuff. So don't worry, I will.
Sounds good to me.
Yes, anyway, but anyway, Tammy. So what I'll always ask for is just some pictures that within the last year, within the last 12 months, would be great to have.
I'll work on that.
Yes, you work on that, and but I'm going to be
I'll work
editing
on
this
that. I
over the
really will,
weekend to go
because
out Monday. But I'll send you.
my hair had grew back in. Not to cut you off, that was another thing too. My hair wasn't the way I wanted it. I just want to just tell you one last thing. When my people were sick, and after my mother passed away, my hair fell out. Okay, because I've always had a lot of hair. If you see my old pictures, and now it grew back. You know what I mean? So it had a lot to do with that too. For a period of time, I didn't really feel myself. But we got it back now. So I'm gonna be taking some pictures, because
Okay, then.
it took a while for me. And like my aunt told me, she said, when your nerves calm down, when you're going through a lot of stress,
Yeah.
your hair can fall out. This was many years ago, but it took a couple of years, and now it's back, and I thank God that he gave it back to me, because at one point I was wearing a wig. And, I know wigs are a big thing today for women, but it's weird for a girl like me that always had so much hair. And then, so the wig thing, I like my own hair. You know what I mean? I'm glad I got it back. So, it has a lot to do with everything, because in this industry, if you don't have one thing, you have to compensate in another way, especially as well. Men are different. A man, can, and I just one other thing I say to myself, and people never thought it this way. They always say women are so beautiful, but I think the man is more beautiful, and I'm gonna tell you why. In this respect, y'all don't wear no makeup. You just wash your face, put on your oil or whatever, but you don't put in eyelashes and all these different things, and you just wear your natural skin. And so in that sense, men might be more beautiful than women, because they don't have to enhance it looks, you know what I'm saying? Generally, not saying that people don't, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But for a woman in the industry, I think a lot of that did get to me, all of the different criticalness of the weight size, and you're older now. You're not 20, a lot of things. I let a lot of things hold me back self-consciously, but praise God, we got through all that, and we're here now, and we're ready to rock.
Yeah, definitely. So as I said, I'll send you over the proposal timeline and stuff, and then we'll go from there. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yes. Okay, Tammy. Well,
I enjoy talking to you, Nnamdi.
Yeah. Well, we'll start off from here. The next time, as I said, we're not going to record it, but we'll continue to chat to look out and plan out stuff, and But anyway, we'll 2024.
You know how to find me. Yeah.
2024, Tammy Lucas. So,
Yeah. No, but I'm saying to reach out to me. You have my email and
yeah,
everything.
no, I definitely will do.
And, whether it on Instagram or whatever, you can
Yes.
contact me and we'll
So
get those.
in my email, I'll say, what's the name of your debut album? You don't
Oh,
have
I
to answer
already have the
now.
name of it. And the thing is that I did put it on Instagram. I put it in the description what all those letters stand for. I kind of don't want to say it today because I feel like it's a mystery. So just leave it that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, I have the name already. And listen, I had number time on my hands. I've given a lot of thought to a lot of this.
Don't worry. Okay. We'll work towards that then.
Sounds good.
Okay.
You take care, my friend.
Yes, and as I said, tomorrow I'll send over I'll send about Friday, and we'll start going from there.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Take care.
Take care. All
Bye.
right. Bye-bye.
Hey guys, I want to talk to you about being a member of Halftime Chat. As a member, you get the full interviews on day one. You actually get some exclusive interviews, some interviews that don't get broadcast. You get some behind the story stuff. You get some unedited stuff. Quite a lot of things that will be happening for our members. There's been a lot of you who've been members and supporting us. I really appreciate every single one of you. But as I said, just for the rest of you, think about joining the Halftime Chat membership and just see the fun that you get just being part of this growing community, celebrating R&B, celebrating hip hop, celebrating old school. But thanks for watching and being part of this. Take care.